Testing, testing, 1, 2. Can you hear me now? Testing, testing. Alright. Come on. I gotta mess with the settings some more. Wow, that's horrible. Speaking to myself for 8 minutes, I'm like going on and no one's saying anything, and I'm like, is anyone there? Can you guys hear me? A little embarrassing there. I was messing with the settings to do some recording, not some streaming, and I guess it messed up the streaming settings. Alright, well, let me just summarize those 8 minutes I was talking to myself. Hello, hello, hello. I hope everyone's doing well. Raven says that happens on my streams all the time. Yeah, technical difficulties, you know. It's kind of par for the course. I hope everyone's doing well. Yes, this is a rather early stream for me, as Raven has noted. Not often that she gets to catch these. And it's also the first stream in quite some time that I've done on my own. The last few streams I've done on this channel have just been the fire team chats, or the campfire chats, whatever we're calling them, with the developers. But yeah, it's been a good while since I've done one. It's just me, the chat, and any pull quest that we want to look at. Now, what else did I talk about? So what I want to do with this stream and multiple other streams throughout the rest of the year here, toward the end of December, I'm going to get through a good number of the pull quests that we have opened. I was talking about how if you look at our historical trends for how many pull quests have been opened in a month, there was a period of time there where we had over 100 pull requests being opened month after month after month, almost 200 in some cases. It was a span from, let me find my chart here, from October 2022 until February 2023. We had anywhere from 153 to 180 pull requests being opened every month. Somehow we kept pace with that. Since then, the only other month we've had that's been over, or at least 100, was June, which had exactly 100. Otherwise, every month in this year, other than, or past February, other than June, has been less than 100 pull requests that were open. We got close in October. We had 96. Now, November and December, it's been a little lighter. November only had 46 opened, and I believe we only have about 30 opened in December so far. I was kind of joking around saying, like, hopefully that doesn't hit 0. But with there being a bit of a lull in the number of pull requests that are being opened, at the same time as, hopefully with the end of the year, people have a lot more free time, I want to get a lot of pull requests finished. Last month, I said my goal was to get to at least 119, to get under 119, because 119 was our lowest point this year. I believe it happened back in April. We had 119 open pull requests, then it went back up from there. But if you try and find when we were below 119 before that point, it's like sometime in, I think, early 2022 or late 2021. So it's been quite some time since we've been below that number. And it only like ever went up from there. So if we get below 119, that'll be a pretty good milestone. But with the amount of time that I'm planning to do streaming, with every single one being looking at open pull requests, I don't think it would be unreasonable to get below 100. We might hit double-digit pull request numbers for the first time in like 3 or 4 years. I need to pull up the chart because I know we have a chart of the total number of open pull requests on any given day. Let me actually see if I can find that and see when the last time we were below 100 was. What did I call it? Pull request statistics. Let's go to opened. I have my running total here. Scrolling. Oh my, this is... February 17th, 2021. Almost 3 years ago is the last time we were in the double digits. So it'll be interesting if we get there. Since I'll have more free time from early January, and I have quite a few pull requests planned. Wait until January to open those. We want to get below 100 in December. But yeah, I plan for this stream to go for about 3 or 4 hours. So this will be quite a lengthy one. I might actually do another stream in the afternoon / evening after dinner / lunch, whenever the pizza shows up. I don't know if I'll do multiple streams every day, but I do want to stream at different times throughout the rest of the year here, just to give people who might not normally be able to show up a chance to show up and have some live input instead of only being able to watch the replay. There are others that are refraining. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's everything that I said talking to myself in the span of those 8 minutes. If anything else comes up, then I'll mention it. But yeah. So for this first, at least for the first part of this stream here, I actually want to take a look at some of my own open pull quests. Because I've had some pull quests that I've opened that have just kind of been sitting there, largely because I haven't been finishing them. But there's been some increased interest in some of what they have to offer that I think would be good to finalize. And we could get your guys' ideas on how it all looks. So let me actually swap over to the browser here. There we go. So earlier today, / yesterday, SOG opened up this pull quest here, adding some new outfits to the game for mining. We have a mining laser and a tractor beam. There's actually more planned, as SOG mentions in the description here. He wants to add the Sunder and mining drone. And we also need some extra effects for these new outfits. Now, what are the Sunder and the mining drone? Back in 2022, I had an idea for a few new ships that we can add to the game. Some of them being wanderer ships, and some of them being human ships. The Sunder and the mining drone, I mean, as the mining drone's name suggests, it's a drone intended for mining. But the Sunder is a ship intended for using the mining drone, and itself being more of a mining-dedicated ship. If you know the history of when mining was added to the game, it's actually relatively late compared to other core mechanics to the game. Mining is in an interesting spot in the game's economy, because for the longest time it was really, I wouldn't say underbaked, because it could have been worse. if you know where it really started, it could have been worse. But it kind of came in a spot where it was like, this is enough to say hey, we have mining in the game, but there wasn't really any way to interact with it too intensely, because at first you had a single ship. Why do this when I'm in bed? Good morning. Wake up earlier. There was a what was I saying? You could take only your flagship to mine with, because you couldn't tell your escorts to target asteroids, and you couldn't tell your escorts to pick up the flotsam for you, and there was really no way to engage with mining outside of having just your flagship use it, or do it rather. There were a few mechanics added here and there that kind of added to mining. For example, I think at one point we made it so that if you have a drone or a fighter, some carried ship with cargo, with a cargo hold, and it had cargo, when it docked with the flagship, it would dump its cargo onto the carrier that it docked with. That way, when it's redeployed, it could then pick up more stuff and, again, bring it back to the ship, to the carrier. This kind of helped with mining, although I don't know if your fighters would actually try and help you pick stuff up. It was more of an incidental thing. Then, at some point, we had Sam Rocketman come along and open up a pull quest that added a fair bit more interaction to mining to actually have your escorts help you out. You can now tell your escorts to focus fire on asteroids, and if there is flotsam that's floating about, you can order your escorts to actually pick it up. We're getting somewhere, but mining is still pretty one note. There's, aside from having more ships to help you out, there's really nothing you can do to bolster your mining capabilities. Asteroids only have hull for health, so in some sense, if you have a weapon that has higher hull damage, then that kind of helps you with mining because you can mine quicker. But that's really all the depth there is to it. So I came along and was like, hey, there's really some stuff we can add here. What if we had, I know something that people talked about is dedicated mining lasers, stuff that somehow makes it so you're better at mining. And the tractor beam is something that I don't know if I'm the one who initially came up with it or not, but I'm sure it's been discussed, but I'm the one who kind of came along and had an idea for it. So this actually goes even further back. Back in 2021, I had this pull quest called the Economy Test, where I was going through the game and looking at different aspects of the economy and seeing how we could tweak things to maybe have some more engaging gameplay around some of this. There's a whole section here on mining. And I won't read all of this in detail, but part of the concern with mining as it currently stands was that idea of there's really no depth to it. And the only things you can do to improve your mining experience are more hull damage, bigger cargo hold. That's it. There's no sense of, oh, what if I bring the right ship, or what if I have the right tools for the job? I mean, you can have an asteroid scanner, and then at some point we made it so that the tactical scanner can also help you out if you combine it with an asteroid scanner. Again, just to add a bit more depth there, but still very bland. There's definitely more we can do with this. I believe at some point we also added mining damage, which is damage that behaves like hull damage when used against an asteroid, but it doesn't actually affect ships. Although, I'm kind of iffy on using that too much, because I feel like the idea should be, I feel like the original idea of you need hull damage to attack an asteroid kind of made sense, because then it ties into all the already existing weapons without having to add too much extra. Snog says, yeah, I'd like to work with Doom on the balance, but I was going to ask today on distances for the 2 new outfits. We can get into that. Raven says the core do have the digger. Yes, that's relatively newer in terms of mining dedicated outfits. Raven says true, brute force rather than nuance there, though. Yeah, there's not that depth that we're really looking for in our gameplay mechanics. Make sure I'm not missing anyone on Discord. Types his where it started, and he posts a screenshot of mining is intended to be a small part of the game, not a major focus. Seeing an NPC ship that is mining should be an unusual event. I feel like adding custom mining ships and weapons and more than a dozen ship variants specifically for mining is overdoing it. I mean, we're not going too in depth. I don't think we should have a dozen ship variants. And what do you mean by custom mining ships? It's more of the idea of a ship that is intended for mining. I mean, in a sense, I guess that's custom mining ships, but there's not really going to be anything specific to the Sunder that means that it's somehow way better than any other ship you could buy for mining purposes. Most of that is going to come from the outfits. Although I will say I disagree with the idea that adding some of this stuff, I feel like it's still going to be a smaller part of the game, even when we do add these new mechanics. The idea, though, is just to make it an alternative. Because what are your money-making options right now? You can trade commodities. You can do jobs on the jobs board. You can plunder and capture ships. Am I missing anything? That's kind of it. I don't see why mining isn't also an option now. Ever since mining was added, mining is now an option to make money. Why should mining be singled out as being the weakest form of making money, though? Why should mining be intended to be a small part of the game? In a sense, doing jobs is a small part of the game. Capturing and plundering is a small part of the game. Trading commodities is a small part of the game. But these still have some level of depth to them. Or at the very least, they're viable ways of making money for far longer than mining is currently. Are we still planning on having the Sunder carry 2 drones? The original plan was 2 mining drones. Yeah, I don't see why that would change. Raven says mining always seems OP to me. It depends on how you measure it, though. in terms of per in-game day profit, mining actually is pretty good. In terms of real time, though, you're better off like trading commodities. I mean, given that you have a big enough ship, or fleet rather, but yeah, General GG says, well, in-game time is the fastest early game profit. Yes, but real time, there's not too much to it. Or it's a bit longer, rather. Now, let's say, though, that some of these changes I'm about to talk about do make it so the mining is super OP. We can then go in and kind of drag things back. But I don't think we would really harm ourselves by adding some of these new mechanics. Those two being these two pool quests, 93-37 and 93-98. Now 93-97 here, or 97 not 37. Yeah, 97 98, they were right next to each other, of course. 93-97 here makes it so that we can add a new attribute to weapons that I've kind of said turns them into... It's basically the fortune enchantment from Minecraft. It's something that when you use it to mine an asteroid / mine ore, it increases the yield of whatever it is you're mining. Call it prospecting. The idea is that you have some default drop rate for your mineable. Currently, the default is 25% all the time, cannot be changed. By prospecting the asteroid, you then increase the drop rate from that 25%. But every asteroid has a toughness value that determines how much prospecting you need to put into it to actually increase it by a certain amount. The tougher an asteroid, the more prospecting you need to increase the drop rate from that base value. Now, if you don't know, the mineable asteroids, or minables, will have a payload object or a payload line that says this is the object it drops. And it has a number telling you how many items it can drop up to. So, for example, let me actually just pull up the file to show you. Data harvesting is where it's at. So here we have a payload on aluminum of 40. What this says is that this aluminum asteroid, when you destroy it, can drop up to 40 outfits of aluminum at once. But your expected yield is only 25% of this, so you would expect only 10. The same is true for all of the rest. So copper drops up to 20, you would expect 25%, so it's only 5. That 25% number cannot be changed right now. What I've done is I've added new children to the payload line, or node, so that you can still define the total number of items that can drop next to the name of whatever drops, but you can also now define it as a child called drop size, default being 1. You can then also define a drop rate. This is some value between 0 and 1, which determines, well, the drop rate. What is the expected value or expected number or percentage out of this total drop size that can actually fall from this asteroid? And then, as I mentioned, the toughness that makes it so that it doesn't drop as much. Sock says, finally, payload has a family. What does this mean? Now, when I originally showed this off, these nodes, or these attributes, were a child of the mineable itself. So you would say a mineable has a payload of iron that is up to 40. It has a drop rate of 25% and the toughness of 500. But if you can have multiple payloads on a single mineable. I don't know if we have any like that in game right now. Okay, it doesn't look like we do. But you can actually define multiple payloads for the same mineable. But the way I was defining drop rate and toughness would apply to all payloads. Now, though, it's a per payload thing. So you can have a mineable with iron that drops, and it's a very common drop rate. It drops a lot at the max. Maybe it's not super tough, so you can prospect it a lot. But maybe it has another outfit that it can drop that has a lower drop rate and it's a lot tougher and not as much of it drops. That way you can maybe have a bit more interesting mineable objects aside from just these blanket values that apply to everything. I'll note too that the way I designed this, I wanted it to be the case that you are really incentivized to only use these outfits, these weapons with prospecting on them. And if you have more than one outfit with prospecting of the same type, that doesn't increase your yield any more than just having one would. So the way this works is that this prospecting attribute on the weapon gets added to the outfit, or gets added to the asteroid every time you hit it. So in this case, with this example mining laser, 0.153 prospecting would be added to the asteroid you're mining every frame, because you're firing once every frame. That only ever comes from this outfit, or from this weapon. Which then means the total amount of prospecting you apply to an asteroid before it explodes is some ratio of prospecting to hull damage. So by tying it to this ratio, that means if I bring 2 mining lasers, I will cut in half the amount of time it takes for me to mine an asteroid, but I will not be increasing the yield of that asteroid any more than if I was just using one mining laser. This also means you're disincentivized from mixing lasers or weapons to use for mining. Because if you have, say, a mining laser and a regular laser, sure, you're mining the asteroid quicker, but you're also applying less prospecting to it over that span of time that you're attacking it. So the meta then, at least if you want to maximize your yield, is to stack up on the same laser or the same prospecting weapon multiple times. That's not necessarily the same thing, though, as the highest yield per minute, or whatever length of time you want to look at. Because with the way this is set up, you could have a weapon with very high prospecting, but very low hull damage. So it will actually take longer to mine an asteroid than if you would have just used, say, a heavy laser. But when you are finished mining it, it would drop a lot more than if you were just using the heavy laser. So maybe it takes twice as long to mine, but you get 2.5 times as much payload out of the asteroid. Maybe not those exact numbers, but something like that, where it's not necessarily mine it as quick as possible, it's also, but let's see how much prospecting we can get onto it in that time. This also makes it so that the area you're mining in might actually change the weapons you bring with you. If you're mining in hostile territory, you probably don't want the mineable weapon that increases your yield at the cost of taking longer. Maybe you do just want a heavy laser, or something that is intended to very quickly mine the asteroid, but at the cost of not increasing its payload. Now that I think about it, I don't know if this math would work out. Could I decrease the payload? If you give it negative prospecting, would that work? We gotta pull up Desmos. Maybe it would. Could you have something that mines really quickly, but reduces your yield? Alright, our drop rate is, our default drop rate is some value. Prospecting is 1 minus the drop rate, over 1 minus 1 on X. I think that was what it was, or was it plus? It's plus. So this is the change in your drop rate. So if we do P plus D, I think it is, you would. So this green line is the total drop rate. The blue line is how much extra drop rate you're adding by the prospecting that you're adding. So if you have negative prospecting, the x-axis being the prospecting that is applied, you could actually decrease the drop rate. Okay, okay. We could do something with this, perhaps. I don't know if I've actually allowed that. If I go to weapon. Ah, max 0 to value. Should I allow this to go negative? Are we removing mining damage? No. How does prospecting work in relation to mining damage? Okay, mining damage and hull damage are basically synonymous for asteroids. When I said that it's about the ratio between the prospecting and the hull damage, really it's about the ratio between the prospecting applied per second and the number of seconds it takes to destroy the asteroid. Or really the frames, but same thing. Because the longer the asteroid is alive for, the more prospecting you're adding to it. But every time you add prospecting, you're also reducing the health of the asteroid. So eventually the asteroid is going to blow up. And however much prospecting you're able to apply to it in that time will then be how much it increases your yield by. This means that if you had a weapon with 0 hull damage and some amount of prospecting, you could max out the drop rate on any asteroid. But let's not add that. Let's not have that be an actual weapon you could use. Let's go. I actually have a check in here to not have negatives break things. Just make sure you don't try to drop negative cargo. Yeah, there's actually a... just do this here. I have a guard against that. So let's start that. Then up here. I actually want to move this. So what I'm doing here is saying, let's get our drop rate. If our drop rate is 0, then skip it. Like, don't actually do anything with this. But I need to move this. I want to move this down to below where we actually add the prospecting. That way, you can actually have a... You could have a payload whose default drop rate is 0%. That way, if you're not using a prospecting weapon, it will never drop whatever outfit or whatever payload that is. We then add our prospecting to the mineable, to the payload, assuming that you have any prospecting at all and your drop rate isn't already 100%, because then we can just skip all this. We add that drop rate. If your prospecting is negative, then this would be subtracting from your drop rate. Then we check, is our... We would want to change this then. Not just, is it 0? If drop rate is less than or equal to 0, then continue. Because maybe your prospecting pushes it so far into the negative that you actually have a negative drop rate. Not that you have a 0 drop rate. And then we just go down and do the normal thing. So I think that would do it. Raven says negative cargo would be very interesting in certain situations. You pick up tribble, they eat your food. I mean, I think it would be interesting if we could. I wonder how we would do that. Have something so that if your prospecting goes negative, that causes different outfits to appear. I don't know. General says, how about escorts the prospect while you mine, or the other way around? The way this is set up really couldn't do that. The way I designed prospecting is very much tied to the DPS of the weapon. You couldn't have a weapon dedicated to prospecting and a weapon... I mean, maybe you could, but you wouldn't be maximizing yield. Although maybe you could have a weapon with very high prospecting, very low DPS, so it does take forever to mine an asteroid. But you do want, maybe you would want a combination of prospecting weapons, like dedicated prospecting weapons and weapons that just blow the asteroid to bits. Yeah, and Stock says, I feel like separating prospecting and mining for different weapons is a bit unnecessary. Yeah, maybe there's a bit too much depth at that point. Doom says, missions being able to prospect or inspect and modify the quantity of trade goods and cargo would be a really useful feature to have, actually. Raven said, I thought that missions could. They can with outfits, not trade goods. So if you have some outfit that you're carrying, a mission can remove that outfit and then give you a new one. You can't remove commodities and then give new commodities or different commodities or an outfit instead. Alright then. Well, that's all the stuff to talk about for this. Any other ideas on prospecting or yield increasing weapons that anyone wants to discuss? But I think that covers everything. Because I actually already had this planned, this change here. I didn't even think about allowing negative prospecting until we started talking about this. This is why we talk about these things on stream. It gets the creative juices flowing. Raven asks, what happens when we have different weapons hitting the same asteroid? Does the last hit win? Is it proportion? And Doom says it'll be proportional based on how he's described the mechanic. Yes, I can actually show you the code here. Right here. So anytime a projectile... Oh, come on. GitHub bouncing around on me. Anytime a projectile hits an asteroid, it runs this take damage function. Right now, all take damage does is look at the mineable damage on the projectile. Look at the... Oh, yeah. Mineable damage returns hull damage plus mining damage. Okay, yeah. It looks at how much damage this thing is doing to the asteroid, and it subtracts from the hull. We are also adding prospecting at the same time. So that's what I was talking about the ratio. It's the ratio between how much hull you're removing and how much prospecting you're adding that finally determines the total yield of the asteroid after it's been destroyed. If you've done no prospecting, you just get the default drop rate, because this line never runs. If you have added prospecting, well, how much prospecting have you added to determine how much you've actually increased the drop rate by? So yeah, it's not a matter of what destroys the asteroid. It's a matter of what was damaging the asteroid over the course of its lifetime. And that's really the main reason why I added prospecting the way it is, the way I did. Ugh. A lot of the other stuff that I've talked about has kind of emerged from that. Like the fact that it's the ratio that's important and yada yada. That's all kind of just emerged from the fact that I didn't want something where it was the last thing that hit that got that determines how much you increase the yield by. Not sure you understand toughness. Go back to Desmos here. So this 1 here, let's make another variable t. This is our toughness. So as I increase toughness, look at what happens to our green line is our total yield, or our total drop rate rather. Let's go to like 100. If I increase toughness, you see that at lower prospecting levels, we have less of a drop rate increase. There's our, yeah, there's the, let me do this, y equals t, or d. That's the baseline. So this is our baseline if we had no prospecting. This is how much prospecting we, or if we have applied this amount of prospecting, this would be the drop yield, or the drop rate, is this y. As I increase T, you need more and more prospecting to increase the drop rate by the same amount. That's all toughness is. That way, a prospecting laser does not increase, or a prospecting weapon does not increase every single asteroid by the same amount of yield. You can have some asteroids that, given their increased toughness, you don't increase their drop rate by as much. Because, like, I didn't want uranium to be doubled while you're also doubling your silicon output, you know? Or gold or platinum. So this means that we can add better prospecting weapons that allow you to actually get more out of those tougher asteroids. They also give you more out of the lesser asteroids, but since you can only go up to 100% drop rate, those lesser asteroids will eventually cap out at how much they can give you. So adding more and more powerful prospecting weapons doesn't suddenly make it so that mining one silicon asteroid gives you like 120 tons of silicon. No, it's still going to cap out at 40. Does the map deal with lower rate drops? Bluer equals less chance, oranger equals more chance. What are you referring to with the map deals with lower rate drops? Oh yeah, that's another thing we need to look at. When you search the map for minables, I believe you're on the outfitter map, right? The outfitter sales map when you're looking for minables. I believe that only shows the number of asteroids or just the presence of asteroids of a certain type. That would not be influenced by the weapons that you have. It's binary current. Okay, yeah. I did have an idea for a dedicated mineable map key that I floated a good bit ago in one of the Sam's pull quests. Which one was it? Was it this one? There's a lot of talk on this one. It might have been this one. It might have not been. The short version of it though was I feel like using the outfitter sales key for determining where minables are located is a little janky on MZ's part. It kind of does go along with his idea of mining being a smaller part of the game. But if we are expanding upon mining as we are with these new AI capabilities and these new mechanics, I think we should have a dedicated mining map key. And somewhere I described how that would look. But I'm failing to find... Here it is. It's this one. So we did merge this, although I said here that I might not even like this, but I did it anyway. If we're going to allow getting near an asteroid with a scanner to be enough to mark it as seen in the system, it'd be much simpler to just allow entering a system with an asteroid scanner to mark all the asteroid types in the system. I think we could get a little bit more interesting with this, though. As Zitchaz points out, I think minables or minerals shouldn't be shown in the outfitter, at least not as a means of seeing where they are mined. The current means of determining which systems have an asteroid is very opaque. The outfitter map is normally used for determining which systems have planets that sell outfits. But then for minerals, it becomes a matter of which systems have asteroids of that type. As such, I think a better approach would be to do what DeHouch suggests, where DeHouch said, I think that I would prefer to address the originating issue, a map layer that reflects which systems you've been to that have any minables at all. I said with a new map key, we could not only display which systems have any minables, with the key perhaps also giving a sense of the asteroid count, but also have a way of determining which systems have asteroids of different types, meaning moving the minables from the outfitter key to this new key. Such information could also include which systems you know have minables, but that you haven't determined what type of minables they are yet, akin to the visited key when you tell, or that tells you which systems have planets, and of those systems with planets, which ones you visited. So really this map key could have a few layers to it, or this map layer could have a few keys to it. One key would be, doesn't have minables, has minables but you haven't discovered them yet, or it has minables and you've discovered all of them. So maybe select a specific minable that tells you the system that minable appears in, but with no extra information. Maybe we could have a separate colored scale that's a bit more of a count. So which systems those minables appear in and how many of them there are. I said all this could solve the problem of the current mining or mineable information being difficult to find as a result of the map key being explicit, and reduce the tedium of locating where asteroids are located as a result of giving players some asteroid information for free, while also leaving some of the information for an exercise for the player to find through exploring, as a result of not essentially giving the player 100% information for free, with the specifics of which types of asteroids are in the system still requiring the player to scan them manually. So yeah, some sort of map key I see in the future. I've not worked on that though. And it's up for grabs for anyone else to work on. Alright, I'll finish this review and apply the changes. Should be good here then. Yep, that was moved down. Yeah. Alright, I know Hurl had taken a look at this. I will request his review. So this should be good to go now. Alright, up next, the Flotsam Tractor Beam. Now, something that's been noted about mining is that it can also be frustrating right now. Because not only do you have to find the asteroid, keep pace with it as it flings its way around the system center to actually damage it, but then once you destroy it, the pieces that come out of it go flying off in whatever direction the mineable was moving when you destroyed it. You then have to chase those down, assuming you even have a quick enough ship to do it. Originally, the Flotsams only lived for like 5 seconds, and they would not slow down at all. So they would just go flying, you would be unable to catch up to them, and they would disappear. At some point, we did remedy that. Flotsams now last for much longer. Upwards of like a minute, I think. And they slow down as time goes on. So there's a bit of drag applied to them. Doom says random gunboat drifting across the screen steals everything. Yeah. It's trying to scan you, but yet it just so happens to always capture your minables. What's up with that? We do a little civil asset forfeiture over here in the Navy. Tybe says Sam had a bunch of AI improvements where fighters and drones would pick up the pieces. Yes, there is a pull quest open for that at the moment. We'll get to that after another one of his pull quests. But even though we've made it a bit easier to grab the flotsams now, that they slow down and they don't disappear immediately, there's still really no means of... Like, you still need a quick ship. You still need a small ship that it will be fast enough to actually catch up to the things to grab them. Because otherwise, like you guys were saying, someone else will grab them first if you're too slow. It also requires the piloting skills to very precisely line yourself up with the flotsam as it is flying. You kind of need to like go on an approach curve to get to it. Which, if you think about it, is kind of asking a lot compared to the rest of the game. Where else in the game do you need such precise flying? Maybe for dodging projectiles, but typically speaking, you can just tank projectiles. You don't need to dodge all of them. You don't need to be the greatest flyer to dodge every projectile, to dodge just some of the projectiles, rather. So mining asks some precise flying out of the player, and it kind of dictates that you have a small ship that's fast enough. But imagine we have massive mining barges that go through systems and hoover up every asteroid they see. Well, if they're going to catch those asteroids, they kind of need some help. That's where the flotsam tractor beam comes in. This is something that hopefully will allow larger, heavier ships to be a bit more interested or a bit more useful for mining. And I've actually found that a freighter with one mining laser turret and 2 flotsam tractor beams, or the reverse, 2 mining lasers and a flotsam tractor beam, actually works pretty well for mining. And I enjoy it. So what this does is it adds a new tractor beam attribute to weapons that basically turns them into an alternative form of an anti-missile turret. So if you're not aware, the anti-missile attribute on a weapon makes it so that that weapon cannot be fired manually and will only ever automatically fire at nearby missiles or nearby projectiles with the anti-missile attribute on them. Or with the missile strength attribute on them, rather. This tractor beam attribute behaves very similarly. You can only add it to turrets, just like anti-missile. It turns your weapon into an automated weapon that you cannot manually fire, just like anti-missile. It only fires on nearby flotsams, similar to how anti-missile only fires on nearby missiles. It can only be a beam weapon. That is, its velocity can only ever be, or its lifetime can only ever be 1. It does not spawn a projectile. It spawns an effect when it is used. Otherwise, it can be whatever you want. It can have insane ranges or small ranges. It can be a beam weapon that fires continuously, or it can have a cooldown to it. Although, I don't know why you wouldn't make it a beam. And the actual unit of the tractor beam attribute is the velocity with which you're pulling the flotsam toward the tractor beam every frame that the tractor beam is touching the flotsam. I pretty much have this done. The only thing I really need to do is a bit more testing. So yeah, I have a tooltip here. The velocity that this weapon pulls flotsams toward itself. Had to make some changes to various... White space. I had to make some changes to some various files because there was a lot of stuff that was checking, is this a weapon that's not an anti-missile turret? Because the anti-missile turrets are different than every other weapon. I had to change some things up, so it's like, is it a special weapon? And we're considering anti-missiles and tractor beams special weapons of a sort. This is just more copying of how they work. So here what we do is every frame the game checks, has this flotsam been picked up by a ship? It goes through all the ships in the system and says, is any ship in the system within range of this flotsam to pick it up? If so, and the ship is able to pick it up right now, alright, say its collector is that ship. And then later on it will, if there's a collector, it will stick that that flotsam into your ship, or into whatever ship picked it up. But if in that frame the flotsam hasn't been picked up, so nobody's collected it, we'll then go through every ship that has a tractor beam and see, can this ship with this tractor beam pull this flotsam toward it? If so, we fire all the tractor beams, we create the effects, and then we go through all the tractor beams that touched this flotsam. We figure out what direction they're all being pulled in, or what direction each tractor beam is pulling this flotsam. We add up the net effect of every single tractor beam that's pulling on this flotsam, and then we actually finally pull on that flotsam. Tab says, would it be possible to create multi-beam tractors that can pull in multiple pieces at a time? At the moment, the way I have this set up, it would not. But I don't know if it would be that difficult to do. So the only reason they couldn't do that is okay, we fire the tractor beam. Is it close enough? If not, blah, 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 blah. Down here. If weapon and weapon can't fire, fire the tractor beam. That's an armament. Or is it hard to find? It's an armament. So we go to armament. We fire the tractor beam. That triggers the hard point. This is a mess. Fire special weapon. I think it's... Oh, fire. That's... Okay, all the way down here is when it finally does it. Really, the only thing that's stopping it from firing on multiple tractor beam or on multiple flotsams in a single frame is the fact that when you fire once, you add to the reload counter. If your reload counter is not 0, you can't fire. So we would somehow need a way for a weapon to only reload itself once per frame at the end of the frame. So it could fire multiple times in the same frame. Which, now that I'm looking at all this, that's kind of deep down in the hardpoint code. And this fire function is used for all weapons. So I don't know how reasonable that would actually be to do. But I also don't see it as being impossible. So, if you really, really wanted it, I could look into it, but not for this one. Not for this bullet quest. I'll tell you that. Just kind of looking around. Yeah, I think this just needs tested, so don't need to dive too much into the code. Although, there is one thing I want to look at. So, I played around with a few different ways of having the tractor beam pull on the flotsams. my initial attempt was, what if I make it so that the pool is just an addition to the velocity? So that the flotsam would still continue to travel in its current trajectory, but the tractor beams would just start to pull it toward you, so that you would have to fight the speed of the flotsam before it actually pulled in your direction. What this ended up doing was basically just making it so that flotsams would orbit your turret. Because if the flotsam have enough momentum in a direction, like in a certain direction, and you tried to pull it toward you, it would try and keep going in that direction. Eventually, if your tractor beam wasn't strong enough, it would just keep going in circles around you. Sometimes it would decay toward you. Most of the time, even, it would decay toward you, but it really did not feel good. It actually made it even more annoying to mine flotsams, because you could actually increase the speed of the flotsam by, like, flinging it off in another direction. So if it just barely got outside of your flotsam's tractor beam range, your tractor beam would let go of it, and then it would just keep flying off in a different direction from where it started. It was not fun. Realistic? Yes. Fun? No. QED. Then what I said was, okay, what if I make it so that I kill some of its velocity perpendicular to where it's being pulled from? That way, it's not going to continue orbiting. It should, like, if it's flying away from you, it would still fly away from you a bit, but it would be more in line with you when you start pulling on it, and then eventually it would be pulled back toward you as you overtake its original velocity. This worked a little better, but it still had some jankiness to it. So then I was like, you know what? If a tractor beam is pulling on a flotsam, it kills its velocity right there and then. Oh, the reason that the other version was janky is because it would accelerate the flotsam toward you. And if the flotsam was far away, since you're adding your velocity to it every single frame, it could, no joke, like, skip past you. Sometimes they got so quick. So I didn't want to, like, add a speed cap to the tractor beams, because that felt really weird. So what I did was, the tractor beam, as soon as it grabs the flotsam, it kills all of its velocity. It's done. It's completely stationary. And then it starts pulling it toward you with a constant velocity. So it's not accelerating toward you. So it's a bit more like a Star Wars type tractor beam. That felt like the best to me, because you didn't have to deal with things flaking off away from you, or accelerating towards you so quick they skip past you, or basically just making it harder for yourself by using a tractor beam. I feel like some people might think it looks a little weird, but trust me, I went through a lot of iterations on this. This is the best I can find. Like, this works well. I'll actually pull up the game, and we can look at it, because there is some stuff I need to test. We'll probably test it live here. Anyway, let me back up a bit. Type says, does this preserve the collector from the previous frame? Referring to the section in AI, or engine I was looking at. No. Collector starts at the start, or this collector is done every single frame. This variable is new every single frame. And if there is a collector, then the item gets collected that frame. So I'm not sure what you mean by, does it preserve the collector from the previous frame? Because for a flotsam that was collected, there is no previous frame. Or there is no next frame, rather, for there to be a previous frame from. I was hoping it was just a data node limitation, but yeah, that's a deeper issue. Yeah, the way that Hardpoint is set up just really doesn't make it the best to add that right now. Sog says, well, I don't really see many current alien races having their own default tractor beam anti-missile. I do think that Leaf's concept of the Encapias having tractor beam, or being tractor beam heavy, would be a good opportunity for it. Type says, shouldn't this be based on the mass of the flotsam? Is this really any different than weapons having a push and pull force? For the first question, I didn't want to get too deep into the mass of whatever is being pulled. Although, I probably could do that. Let me go into here. Every Flotsam has a mass to it, I think. Come on. Get up. Stop jumping around. I mean, they all have commodities, and commodities have, counts to them. Outfits also have counts, though. We could. So it would be something like velocity equals pool times mass, where mass is some double. Double mass equals count times outfit. Then outfit dot mass, or outfit to pointer. Otherwise 1. Something like that. That's what you're thinking. Oh, this wouldn't be a time, so it would be divided. Is this really that different than outfits or weapons that push and pull, or with push and pull force? Yes, because when you're pushing and pulling ships, you don't care. Like, you expect the ship to fight you, you know? The ship does have its own thrust. And your goal of pushing and pulling a ship is not to get it directly on top of you so you can pick it up. With Flotsams, your goal is to pick it up. So you want it to actually travel directly toward you, if you can get it to do that. Would it be fun if ships have a different government with a stronger tractor beam that could steal the Flotsam? That'd be funny. You could give a ship harvesting, but not mining. So it would only pick stuff up, but never mine on its own. You could then have it you could give it lingering, so it would stay in a system. Tybe says, I mean, is it possible for a ship earlier in the ships list that just got into range of the Flotsam to begin tracking a Flotsam that was tracked by another ship previously? So, with what I'm doing here, every ship with a tractor beam tries to pull on every Flotsam. If multiple ships are pulling on the same Flotsam, then yes, since I'm adding to this pull vector, the tractor beams can fight each other. Also, this is run every single frame. So, a tractor beam or a Flotsam doesn't remember who pulled on it or what it was pulling on. It just checks next frame, okay, what can I pull on? Okay, what can I pull on? Okay, what can I pull on? You know? There's no memory to it. It's just grabbing the nearest Flotsam that it can. Also, Doom asks, does firing force work with these? I don't know. Does firing force work with anti-missile turrets? If the answer is yes, then the answer for tractor beams is yes. Because a lot of this is actually just anti-missile code. That I repurposed. It's just these tractor beams have a different target than anti-missile turrets do. Alright, some other notes I want to talk about. So this actually does obey your focus fire preference. If you have your turrets marked as opportunistic, then that will make it so that one tractor beam will mark one Flotsam. If you have multiple tractor beams, they will not help each other. That way, when you fly into a group of flotsams and you have multiple tractor beams, they will all each pull one. But if you have focused fire on, then this doesn't run. And what they will instead do is each tractor beam will pull the first flotsam it can find. Notably, the first flotsam it can find is not necessarily the closest flotsam. The first flotsam that it can find is, I think, the oldest one, which maybe in some sense is better because the older ones are more likely to disappear. Because all it does is it iterates through the list of flotsams that are currently active, and as soon as it finds one, it pulls on it. Then it can no longer pull on another one because it's incremented its reload counter on the weapon or on the hard point. But that's something you can play with, is opportunistic versus focus firing tractor beams. I don't know if it works with AMs. I thought you might know. I've never tested it. I mean, we can peek the code. Fire special weapon, all it does is create effects. It's probably in fires where the true stuff is. Should look at that. Apply any kick force. Get the firing force of the weapon. If there's firing force, apply a force to the ship opposite the angle of the aim. And special weapons do have an aim. So yes, they should work. So you could have a tractor beam that not only pulls the flotsam towards you, but pulls you toward the flotsam. Time says, so if you have two fighters with the same flotsam or the same tractor beam, it wouldn't help either of them since they would keep pulling it from each other. Yes, given that they are on opposite sides of one another. Because then they're pulling against each other. But even if they're on like the same side, but they form more of a V, then the net effect will be between them. Although, they will both also be trying to fly toward the flotsam at the same time. So eventually one of them is going to pick it up. I would hope. Are you thinking that escorts should not try to go for the same flotsam? Because I feel like that should be an enhancement on top of this. I will note, I have not changed the AI at all. All this does is add a new outfit or new weapon type that causes nearby flotsams to be pulled toward it. The ships are still going to behave in the exact same way as they do now. So the ships will still try to fly toward the flotsam. It's just the tractor beam will also pull the flotsam toward them. Let's talk more gameplay testing. Alright. I'll stop looking through the code. Last open this book. Let's do 93, 98. As you can see, I've already done some testing. There's other stuff I wanted to test though. When mining with the above tractor beam, the tractor beam targets and pulls in the flotsams. That definitely worked. Opportunistic firing uses one beam per flotsam. Focus firing has each beam fired on the first flotsam it can find, even if another beam is already firing on the same flotsam. Firing multiple tractor beams at the same flotsam pulls it in quicker, because the magnitudes are being added. Then we need to test if you have a full cargo hold, will your tractor beam stop firing? What I've done is say, if for some reason your ship cannot pick up a flotsam, then there should be no reason your tractor beam should be firing, because that is just wasted energy. So if you're full on cargo, don't fire. If you're not full on cargo, but the flotsam you're trying to pick up is too big, don't fire. If you actually have in your settings flotsam collection disabled, don't fire. Also, don't target your own dumped cargo, because you dumped it for a reason. Why would you then try to immediately tractor beam it back in? So that's what we need to test. This pull request is 3 months old. Merge for master. 134 commits behind. Okay. Todd says, this sounds really useful for a single ship, but less so for carriers. I think members of the same government shouldn't go for the same pieces. That's an AI piece that probably could talk to Sam about. But then, yeah, I do feel like it wouldn't be good to have a lot of ships in your fleet all using tractor beams, or at the very least, you wouldn't want them near each other. And then Raven says, exactly, a good point to diversify on. Some governments may prefer fighters, others tractor beams. Yeah. Time says it would be great to have distance or value-based priorities, but that, especially the distance-based ones, would really complicate things. Yeah. I could potentially see that working. I think we would need to... I think you would need to have 2 lists of fly... No. Because then when you're talking distance-based... Each ship would need to look at every flotsam. Okay, this isn't terrible, but each ship would need to look at every flotsam to see, okay, which one do I value the most to go for, based off of whether I'm going for distance or whether I'm going for worth of the item. And then iterate through that list from top to bottom, grab whichever ones I can grab based on distance, or whichever ones are in range. So it wouldn't be impossible. It would just be a bit more than what I have now. Sucks is still a good point in case someone wants to put it onto a fighter. I mean, I imagine if you're putting this stuff on fighters, you're testing it out. Like, I'm not suggesting that these will be something you always want in every case. What I'm doing is, as Raven said, I'm adding options. I'm putting some diversity into the mining arsenal of the players. Alright, let me build this. I don't know if this will slow down the stream with me compiling the game at the same time, but I guess we'll find out. Sock says, yeah, they'd be a more specific case or optional, not a fleet-focused mechanic per se. Yeah. I imagine you could find some use with using them in a fleet, but... I mean, you could have one ship, like the flagship, the carrier could have the tractor beams, but the fighters wouldn't. Like, you could still kind of do that. Just so long as you don't have 2 ships that are, like, fighting each other trying to get the same flotsam. not many fighters have turret mounts anyway. Yeah. What do we have? Barb? Petrol? Yeah. Violin Spider? And one of the Coalition fighters that I forget the name of. I'm sorry, Iraqi. And Flycatcher, yes. Never mind a decent amount, I guess. You have options. I think this is building slower because I'm streaming at the same time. I mean, I'm still getting 30 FPS on the stream. And not dropping frames. The ones with turrets are more combat oriented, though. I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to use them for mining if you wanted to. I mean, that's how mining is right now. Every ship that you would use in mining is technically combat oriented. It's just that you can press them into mining because of how mining was designed originally. More so from a meta standpoint, you guess? Yeah. I have 2 more pull requests of mine that I want to look at after this. One of them is in a test-ready state. One of them I need to improve upon with some of Rising's code. So about those ranges. I mean, look at what I have in the pull request. I had examples, didn't I? Tractor Beam I have set to 300, and then the Mining Laser I had set to 200. So, yeah. The intention with the Mining Laser is it should be shorter range because you do actually want to be closer to the asteroid when you destroy it, and it's not intended as a combat weapon, so you don't need range in mining. You do need range in combat. Give it low range, therefore, press it into that role. And then the Tractor Beam should have more range than the laser. That way, if when you destroy the asteroid, it gets kicked out of your laser range, it's still within your Tractor Beam range. Almost done building. Swap over to the backgrounds. Have a nice slideshow. Todd says Mining Laser range would be good for faster asteroids, though. I'm not sure how far you can go in an asteroid-heavy system with a clear line of sight. Interestingly, I feel like some of the more mineable asteroid-heavy systems are not normal asteroid-heavy. So maybe you would have fine enough line of sight. And is done building. But I also need to set up the weapon for it. I'll just copy what I have in the full quest. It's gonna look a little funky though, because I'm using the. Wait a second, I have a hit effect for this somewhere. great it's on my laptop. Let me paste this into a stream chat on Discord. I'll copy it over to my game. That multi-factor authentication. Shout out to when my account was compromised a few years ago. It was a few years ago. I have no idea how someone got into my account, but I'm watching a movie with Unfettered, and she's on her phone. She's like, "Why are you online on Discord?" Because I didn't have my phone with me, and I'm always shown as invisible. I'm like, I'm not online. I log into my account. I'm in a bunch of random extra servers I've never actually, like, intentionally visited. I log out of all of them, change my password, add 2-factor, go to the server, and I'm like, is anything wrong? Did something get messed up? Luckily, nothing was destroyed. There's the tractor beam I have on this branch that I just posted in stream chat. Let's see if I can also copy the effects. We'll show my programmer art. Look at those in game. Is there anything else? I added this to Kraz Basics and Pirate Outfits. So I will do that again. Images, effects. Copy these. Into the game. Thank you, Discord, for messing up the file extensions, or the file names. It got rid of the plus, and it replaced the space with an underscore. I have everything set up now. Let me launch the game. go. All right. So I was saying I like the use of the freighter. So let's add 2 tractor beams, actually. Probably got to sell some stuff off. Yeah. So let's show it off. 2 tractor beams and a... Can I fit a heavy laser? I cannot. Just a beam laser then. Blind. Laser turret. Now make sure the laser turret's in the middle. Oh, hold on. Also want a asteroid scanner. And let's throw on a tax. Let's do 2 asteroid scanners. Can I fit a tax scanner? Do I need to sell something off? Who needs shield generation? 1 tax scanner and more asteroid scanners. All right. You want a mining turret too? Yes, please. I'm gonna ignore them. And let's go for this copper over here. Oh, oh, you see that? It's going for the dropped cargo too. So currently I have focused firing on. So they will both fire on the same flotsam if they find it. And it will be quicker than if I used opportunistic. So let me mine this one more. Let me see if I can get one of the beams out of range. Yeah, no. Oh, they were both firing on all those. Let's go into settings. Gameplay. Let's move to opportunistic. Now, only one will ever fire at a time on any given flotsam. If there is only a single flotsam present, only one will fire. The other will say, I have nothing in range I can fire at. But if there's multiple in range, they'll both grab. But then, yep, there was only one left. And I don't know if you noticed, those were pulled a little slower, because only one is pulling at any given time. Let's not die to those guys. Now, though, if I go into my settings and gameplay, turn flotsam collection to escorts only. They're coming for me. This one's easier. This should make it so that my tractor beams do not fire on any flotsams. Going so slow. This is the perfect ship for this, because I cannot catch up to these things. Okay, look, not capturing them. Go into settings again. Turn it to off. Still nothing. Go back. Turn it to on. Now they're going for them, and I'm dead. I don't know if you saw at the very end there, it was going for it after I turned the setting back on. So we can check having the flotsam collection setting disabled also disables tractor beams. Although, we also need to check if escorts only allows a escort's tractor beam to work. Alright, let me just load up this guy with tractor beams, and I will load my ship up with lasers. No space? Whatever. Actually, no, I'd keep that. Anti-missile. So I'll go 2 lasers on this ship, and 2 tractor beams and an anti-missile turret on this one. Beautiful concept besides the speed, though. Yeah, it can be changed. Alright. good. He's dragging him in. If I go to flagship only, he should not. Yep, he's not. And then if I go in again, escorts only. Now he is. And again, off. And he's not. Alright, cool. That's working. Turn Flotsam Collection back on. Now this is one of those cases, he's drifting at the same speed this Flotsam is going. Alright, let me see what we're testing next. So next up, if I'm full on cargo, my Flotsam should not, or my tractor beam should not work. Sell this. Buy these back. Actually, let me fill up on junk. Something cheap I can buy. That'll fill me up. What's a good 1-ton quantum keystones, of course. Oh, never mind. You gave them less mass. And it goes off of mass. I'll just buy a bunch of stuff. There we go, that fit perfectly. Alright. Flotsam collection is on, but the tractor beam should do nothing. Correct. Go into here. I will dump 1. We're dragging in. Up, there you go. I filled up again. Dump 1. And it's not going for the one I dumped. Didn't go for this one too. That's all good. So don't target your own dumped cargo. Full cargo disables. Last one I marked down was having not enough cargo space for the item being pulled disables tractor beams. This one's going to be hard to test. Because any Flotsams or cargo that you find is all in discrete units of 1. So even if the whole box or the whole Flotsam contains 5 count, or a count of 5, each individual one is only 1 ton. So I would have to do something like, actually I can't do it. I sell one of these, buy a bunch of these. Okay. Why can I not? That's a bug. You cannot buy this outfit because it takes up 0.1 tons of mass, and your fleet has 0.1 tons of cargo space free. Well, I should be able to pick it up. Alright. I have 149.5 tons of cargo. So I have a half ton left over. Which should mean I cannot collect any Flotsam still. Even though I'm not full, I can't pick these up because they wouldn't fit. And there you go. But if I dump 5 of these, I can now pull it in. Alright, cool. That was a very unlucky drop. 1 ton of copper, and that Flotsam was completely gobbled up. Alright, I think that's everything. Anything else you guys want me to test? Floating point handling issue? I don't know if it is. I mean, I get probably is, because everything else fits. The horse started early, says Benny. Yep. Hurl says we should probably keep in mind the mining ship when balancing these. What's the point of mining in a heavy warship? It's too slow, ain't it? I mean, I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, if tractor beams make it so it's reasonable to mine in a... The point of tractor beams is to allow slower ships to mine. So, if you want to use a heavy warship to mine that has a bunch of tractor beams on it, then be my guest. Raven says, personally, I double the outfit space/mass of the tractor beam I posted in stream chat. These seem pretty fancy for humans and probably only ought to be used on larger ships. I don't want it to be too big. Because the Sunder, which is the one dedicated mining ship that we have in the files but is not actually usable yet, I want that to have 2 mining lasers and a tractor beam. Even though it is a smaller ship that should be a little bit faster, I do want it to have the full suite of mining gear to show, like, hey, here's how it feels, you know? Now, maybe I do actually want the mining lasers to be bigger than a beam laser, so maybe the Sunder has 2 variants. One that has 2 mining lasers and a small anti-missile turret, and another that has 2 beam lasers and a tractor beam. So you couldn't actually mix both together. Maybe you could have 1 mining laser and 1 tractor beam, but not fill all 3 hard points with mining gear. And Sock says either way you'd have 2 drones, right? Or no? Yeah, it would. So even if the ship itself had a tractor beam and couldn't fit mining lasers, the drones would still have mining lasers. Drones, lasers, and tractors, oh my. Yeah. My idea for the mining drone is it fits a mining laser and whatever it needs to power it and thrusters, and that's it. It's basically a mining laser with thrusters. Is what the mining drone should be. It should have very little health. And the hull of the ship should be very cheap. So even if the mining laser is a bit bigger, meaning that the mining drone has more weapon space than a combat drone, well, the fact that it's so slow, probably, and slow relative to a combat drone, and so weak in terms of hit points. Flying gun, yeah. It would basically be a glass cannon if you tried to use it for combat purposes. Alright, but if there's nothing else to look at for mining lasers and tractor beams, then I think we're in the clear to no longer mark this as a draft. I'll leave this up. Or I guess, what do you guys think? Should I do this? Should I make it so that the heavier stuff is harder to pull? I know you guys were saying the speed was a bit iffy. Well, this would slow things down. Yes, mining laser turret. Alright. This wouldn't work, right? We can't divide points by doubles. I know some of our like primitive types, not really primitive, but some of our data types have kind of funky operators sometimes. Yeah. Awesome. I think this would work. Alright, let me just double check the math. Or not the math, the variables. So this is a flotsam object. It has a count and an optional outfit. If it doesn't have an outfit, that means we have a commodity. It's one or the other. So, if it's a commodity, it's always 1 for the mass. Otherwise, use the outfit's mass. And outfit mass is the correct function. Right? Yeah. Alright, cool. If we have an outfit, get its mass, otherwise use that. Oh yeah, and white space. Alright, this is ready to review then. Alright. We'll keep Desmos open just in case we need it. Yeah, TLDR is mining. Why it'd be on for 2 hours already? Because I started early. The current beam laser is 2 beam lasers on a turret mount. Should the mining laser be the same thing, which is a single laser? Why not both? Normally for all guns, the turret is multiple of the laser. Or of the gun. So I would probably expect it to be the case with the mining laser as well. Although, I could see it being 1-to-1 on the turret. Honestly, up to you. It really, honestly, it kind of depends on it depends on the stats of the gun. If the gun is so heavy that 2 on the mount would be too heavy for most ships to reasonably actually use in numbers, then I'd say leave it as 1 gun. But if the laser is light, then the turret can stand to be heavy enough to use 2. Nave version 11.0 released today, incidentally. Nave is in front of us again in release numbers. It's so over. We need to pull an Xbox 360. We cannot release an Xbox 2 at the same time that Sony is releasing a PlayStation 3, because then it makes us look bad. We need to change the naming scheme of our releases. Therefore, we can be ahead of Nave. We can make it look like we're not behind Nave. So now that we're getting the mining laser, when will we add crafting? Unlikely. Soggs' Doom did bring this up. That being a single one might be able to fit on the Star Barge. Though that's more a matter of, do we want the Sparrow to be able to have 2 mining lasers or not? And Doom says smaller turrets could tend to have better traverse, and good traverse is also useful here. True. And Soggs, since we're suggesting it is more the mining or miner focus than a barge, I mean, probably. It probably would have. Sparrow's weapon space is 25, so for the Sparrow to fit, it'd need to be 12 or smaller. Yeah, that's probably fine. 12 tons for the mining laser. And then if the gun is 12 or smaller, a single turret is going to fit on the barge. Yeah. Where's the Star Barge sitting at in terms of... Okay, the Star Barge has 20 tons of weapon space, so you wouldn't be able to fit a double gun turret on a Star Barge. You would be able to fit 2 guns on a Sparrow, though. So, yeah, I think that works out. What is the... The beam laser is 8 tons, right? I'm trying to find it in game. Yeah, it's 8 tons, and then the heavy laser is 15, so the mining laser would be between the two. I think that works. My original idea for the mining laser would be like 20 tons, I think it was, but that's probably heavy, too heavy. What's a electron beam? 21? Okay, yeah. I think it does make sense to have the mining laser be between the beam and the heavy. Hurl says, yeah, it seems a bit fancy for human tech, I agree. Maybe make it a syndicate thing and imply it being inspired by Korth tech. Well, if you read the description of the laser, or the tractor beam I dropped, the anti-gravity properties of repulsor engines have or that allow ships to escape the gravity wells of planets without the difficulty that humans once faced before the era of the hyperdrive started a revolution in human spaceflight during the 24th century. Hold on, how did I type this? That's messed up. I feel like I had a train of thought that I cut off halfway through, but then continued to send with no actual understanding of what came before it. I would need to remove that. The anti-gravity properties of repulsor engines allow ships to escape the gravity well of planets without the difficulty that humanity once faced before the era of the hyperdrive. This started a revolution in spaceflight during the 21st century, and it was not long before this technology was put to use elsewhere. That sounds good. Tractor beams utilize repulsor technology to allow ships to attract space debris to them, be that the ores from a recently mined asteroid or the dumped cargo from a merchant ship fleeing for its life. This has led to tractor beams becoming a popular outfit amongst asteroid miners and pirates alike. The idea is that it wasn't something like the Korth tech where you're pushing and pulling entire ships. An entire ship is going to be a lot heavier than a dinky little flotsam that's only 5 tons. And the flotsam's not fighting you. The ship has its own thrusters that are fighting you. So the idea that was that the tractor beams could be some sort of repulsor engine or repulsor tech that humans could use and could have developed relatively early on instead of it being a recent development. Now perhaps The Banisher, or the Grab Strike, also use repulsor technology, but it's a much more advanced method, much more developed, such that it is actually powerful enough to work on chips. Iraqi wanting a coalition tractor beam. Raven says, I wasn't planning on giving the tractor beam to Korath, even if it does fit with their other grav weapons. Korath already used fighters to mine with anyway, and Ijo made a decent miner we already have, or that we have yet to pull a quest. Yeah, I'm not exactly expecting the Korath to have their own tractor beam, just that it might be... Just kind of suggests that maybe the mechanics behind them are similar, even if the Korath don't make use of them. Todd says, pulling a ship of a couple hundred tons that has engines and shields is quite different from pulling up trash. Yeah. Todd says, Endless Sky ships are barely heavier than Flotsams. If you duct tape a bunch of tractor beams together, it's gonna pull a ship. Will it, though? A Flotsam is 5 tons tops. Given that it's a commodity, or a mineable outfit. Sure, you could have Flotsams for dumped cargo that's like heavier outfits, but we also just made it so that the pull force is proportional to the tractor beam, or is proportional to the Flotsam mass, which means if we're balancing tractor beams around mineable Flotsams, those are anywhere from 1 to 5 tons. If you then try and tractor beam a reactor that's like 100 tons, what's that? A 1 to 20? A 1 to 20, 1 to 4, or 1 to 25 ratio on the bigger tractor beam, or on the bigger Flotsam. So you're pulling a reactor 20 to 25 times slower towards you than you are a bunch of ore. Okay, now do that, but it's 100 times bigger. Yeah, I would see why it wouldn't work out, probably. Yeah, and Doom says, I wouldn't describe a 2 to 3 orders of magnitude difference as barely. Also keeping in mind that the plan is to actually increase the mass of ships. And honestly, I did see that Doom multiplied the thrust and turning of all engines. If we're doing that, we could also easily increase the size of even smaller ships to even more widen the gap between outfits that you can pick up and the whole ship itself. Although maybe that's not the best, because then you're increasing the gap between an empty ship and a fully laden ship, or decreasing rather in terms of magnitude. Araki says, on my way to give Lil Goobaroob Arax, or Goobaroob's Arak Courier a Heliarch attractor. I could lure it as being the tractor is an Arak invention and actually doesn't tractor into anything, it just pulls the ship that's firing it closer to the target. So they can zip in like Spider-Man, because spiders. That'd be funny. It has a very low tractor beam amount just so that it actually functions as a tractor beam. But then it has a very high negative hit force. Yeah, Doom says that would really be possible if you wanted to, but also pointless since tractor beams for Flotsams and ship push-pull weapons are separate anyway. I don't think it'd really be worth scaling everything purely for that. I agree. I'm just kind of joking around that we could. this is one of those cases where even if you compare the masses and say like, oh, maybe a flotsam tractor beam could pull in a ship, okay, but they're mechanically, like in the game engine, they're mechanically separate things. I don't think we should be trying to scale flotsam mass to ship mass just for the sake of making the lore make sense as to why flotsam tractor beams don't work on ships. This is a very similar case to if I go back to that economy test pull quest that I had opened. One of the things I did in there as well was I tried to normalize the prices of minables and the prices of commodities. It really doesn't work out well though, because the manner in which you gain minables is very separate from the manner in which you gain commodities. You have to pay for commodities to get them in the first place, or you steal them. Minables need to be mined. There's more effort put into mining. And you get a smaller number of minables as compared to just buying a bunch of commodities. So it didn't really make sense to try and make it so that the ranges of prices of minables fit the ranges of prices of metals and heavy metals, because they're very different gameplay loops. Trying to fit them to one another just does not fit well. You break one or the other. It's much better to say they have different prices, that's just how it is, even if it doesn't make sense in universe as to why minables cost more than the heavy metal commodity, when you would imagine the heavy metal commodity would just be the refined version of the minables, so if anything it should be worth more. Well, it just doesn't work out to try and fit all those pieces together. We're not trying to make a fully functioning economy with the game. We're trying to make a game that has its own like individual economies that you have to interact with. Like minables is its own commodity, commodities are its own economy, commodities is its own economy. Raven says it breaks my brain, could just have asteroids drop more minables. But then the problem is cargo space. If a single silicon asteroid, for the sake of normalizing silicon prices to the metal commodity price, has to drop 50 to actually be worth it, well then you mine one asteroid land. At that point, the gameplay suffers. Just for the sake of having the numbers line up. And it gets even worse if you say that you're basically making it so that for an asteroid to be more worth it, it can't increase the worth of each individual outfit, because then it gets outside of the range of the commodities. So then you're saying, oh, gold now has to drop like a bunch more than silicon just for the sake of making gold actually worth it, while still keeping those prices in check. It's one of those things that you kind of need to hand wave. It encouraged larger ships to mine, but then I feel like even with the span of cargo hold sizes between large and small ships in game, it's only a single order of magnitude. Small ships have like 20 to 50. Large ships have somewhere in the hundreds, about 500. We have some ships with like 1,000, but how much further beyond 1,000 does it go? And yeah, Doom says, we want mining and interceptors to be economically viable, while trading should really require something freightery. So mining needs to be much more profitable per cargo space than trading. Yes. You can also mine larger ships. We just want it to also be viable in small ones. Also, bearing in mind that what makes commodity trading profitable right now is volume of cargo holds, not single ship cargo holds. You want more ships when you're trading commodities. You don't really want more ships when you're mining, because there's only so many minables in a system, and it actually becomes a bit more difficult to deal with larger fleets when you're mining. Todd says increased cargo capacities, and interceptors just need to mine rarer stuff. I can see a world in which we do actually line all this up, but I feel like it's too much effort. It's more effort than it's worth. And we need to be changing a lot more than just these things we're talking about. If you're talking about increasing cargo capacities, I mean, maybe because we're also talking about increasing mining, or not mining, mass of ships. Bigger ships can probably hold more cargo, like that makes sense. So maybe as we increase masses of ships, we increase the maximum cargo capacities that we see. It's a balancing act, is all I'll say. And it's the type of balancing act that it feels like it would just be better to start from square one. But if we start from square one, then the fear becomes, do we get too far away from what the game is now? I don't want to make changes to the game for the sake of ideas that maybe the idea in itself is fine, but the implementation, the necessary implementation of the idea ends up actually changing how the game actually feels to play. In a negative way. I've even talked about this with the idea of making heavy ships slower. I don't want to make them too much slower, though, than what they are right now. Now, maybe we need to boil the frog a little on this. Maybe we take a step now. Maybe it's a big step, but we do take a step in terms of making heavy ships slower. But maybe in the future we're like, hey, maybe we need to go even slower. Doom says, if you're making changes on a large enough scale that it requires starting over from the bottom up, just start from the bottom and do the thing, so that both the original and the new version exist, since the scale of the difference means that there is merit in having both. Do you mean, like, start from our current bottom and move up from there instead of defining a new bottom? That way, there's familiarity in the current bottom, but then the new top is entirely new? That's not very clear, is it? Yeah, please rephrase. Canoe. It was there for 2 frames, Iraqi. Did you see it? Hurl says, I think it's fine as is. And I mean, that's the problem. Like, some people think it's fine as is. Some people are like, we need to completely redesign this. Raven says, I guess I still regard mining as a new feature still. I mean, same. Sure, it's like 4 years old, and it's from back when MZ was still working on the game. But it's new to me, damn it. When you've been there since version 8.9, 0.8.9. Anything MZ did in the waning years of his development is still new in my heart. Doom says, basically, if the suggestion is if the suggestion is being made to turn Endless Sky into a new game, and it would require as much work, or almost as much work, as making the new game from scratch, why not just make the new game from scratch and have both rather than replacing the original? That's my stance on huge scale changes. Okay. So you're saying don't overhaul vanilla so hard. Work within the existing system that vanilla has. Even if that means we can't do some of what we want to do. Right? Is that a good characterization of that? Because that's how I describe my stance. I can understand tweaking things in a certain direction, but there are boundaries to it. Yeah, particularly in the subject of mastery working, yes. I have seen people say, like, oh, we need 10 times, 20 times heavier warships. They need to be moving way slower. And then I've seen Azure say, like, Well, in real life, the reason that heavier ships are it can be more worth it is because the type of weapons they can fit are much longer range. It's like, okay, so let's say we make ships a lot heavier and then make heavy warships have much bigger range guns. Well, then we're like doubling the number of guns in the game just for the sake of having the weapon diversity. And we're basically turning the game into EV Online, or not EV Online, EVE Online. To have that type of scale. Like EVE has a very large scale of ships, but also has a very large scale of outfits and weapons and systems. The systems are massive. And the distances that ships fight at is dictated by the size of the ships. Smaller ships are going to fight on smaller scales, but the systems are big enough that it makes sense to have those scales. Our systems in game are not on those scales. So I do feel like a lot of it is tied to the system scales. And I mean, we have talked about increasing system scales. But can we increase system scales to the degree that we need to make all of these pieces fit together? I don't really think we can. Because at a certain point, then all of the graphics don't make sense. Why are the heavy warships this scaled to the light warships in size of the sprite, but they feel so much heavier? And then the ranges of these things. Yeah, you are talking about a new game at this point. Doom says, I've seen a lot of people say things to the effect of, we need to do what this other game does instead of what we do. And that kind of reasoning I'm not fond of. Agreed? If you want to play that other game, play it rather than trying to turn ES into it. Yes. There is an old issue from myself where I called it like strategic combat boarding or strategic boarding or something like that. The idea was hand-to-hand combat is very one note right now. I have more attack, you have less defense. Click the attack button or the board button until the game ends, because we're just flipping coins to find out who has more people who die. It's very one note, it's very one-dimensional, there's not any depth to it. I made an issue saying, hey, maybe we could add more depth to this part of the game. You know what? And I was like, maybe it could look more like Faster Than Light. Yeah, Benny said it. Maybe it could look more like Faster Than Light, where you have this layout of the ship and you can order your crew. And MZ said, if you want to play Faster Than Light, play Faster Than Light. Endless Skies' focus is not on boarding combat. Therefore, boarding combat does not need to be very complex. And this is actually maybe it's a similar point to what MZ was saying, where he doesn't want mining to be very in-depth. Mining is only a small part of the game. I think the issue with saying that, is that mining is a means of gaining credits. It has its own ecosystem to it. Like there is this economy of this ecosystem of the player has means of gaining credits. We have various means of gaining credits. Those means of gaining credits should, in some sense, maybe not always be on even footing with each other, but they should all have a place in the overall game. Maybe some are better early game, some are better late game, but they should still all have a place. And each system should have some degree of depth to it. Now, boarding is in that economy insofar as it is tied to capturing. But boarding in and of itself does not need to be something that has added complexity to it. I think boarding in and of itself should remain as it is, aside from very small tweaks. For example, I don't think it should be attack versus defense or attack versus attack. I think it should always be attack versus defense. That way, the player is not incentivized to have less defense when boarding ships. Because if you don't know, what the game does is you have an attack and defense stat, the enemy has an attack and defense stat. You, as the player, choose to attack or defend. If you're boarding, you only ever attack. You have no reason to defend unless you're trying to quit. If you're trying to quit, you might as well just restart your save. You might as well just save scum. Therefore, the player is always trying to attack. The NPC, the AI, is saying, I am being attacked. Do I attack or do I defend? Let me look at the defense of my opponent. Oh, my opponent's defense is low? That means if they defend, I have a good chance of winning if I attack. Here's the problem, the player always attacks. Therefore, it makes no sense for the opposing team, the ship you're boarding, to look at your attack and defense to determine whether it should attack or defend. Because if it attacks, it rolls your attack value versus their attack value. If they defend, it rolls your attack value versus their defense value. No, it should always be you roll your attack versus their defense, and they roll your attack versus your defense. I understand the idea behind why MZ did it the way he did it. The idea is your defensive outfits are literally in your ship. The only reason they would be used is if the enemy is trying to board your ship. The only time the enemy is trying to board your ship is when they're attacking. Problem is, you're always attacking. You're never defending. So your defense value is never actually being used. Other than as a calculation for the AI to determine if it should attack. Which makes no sense. Because really, what is the... A bit more realistically, what do they know? How do they know your exact defense value and your exact attack value? Maybe they see the ship that boarded them, and then can see your crew through the hole you just blew open in the side of their ship. And be like, okay, they have a lot of guns in there. But yeah. Rant over on that. I don't know, someone should make that change soon, I feel like. Now, that isn't to say that there shouldn't be some depth in some combat weapons. Like, I know we've talked about the idea of consumable combat weapons. I can still see room for that. Mainly because I think having nerve gas be as powerful as it is, and you buy one and it lasts forever, kind of stupid. Oh, it was there again. So if... With how good nerve gas is, I feel like it would make more sense if you... Like, it would balance things better if you had to actually expend your nerve gas. Because that would mean that, that would mean you'd be spending more money to actually capture things. Which is something I've talked about, where part of the issue of boarding right now and capturing is that it's so cheap for the player. You buy 100, 200 nerve gas once. That is a one-time payment. And now, you can go capture as many ships as you want with all that. Sure, you're paying the crew costs to have enough extra crew to board those ships. But crew costs are pennies compared to the money you're making. If you had to... Have you ever, like, actually tried to buy a shit ton of nerve gas when you are first starting off? That stuff is actually expensive. If you haven't already built up a good amount of money, nerve gas is expensive. Imagine if you had to buy more every time you boarded. That would actually mean you couldn't just capture everything all willy-nilly. Benny says, shaking my head, nerve gas fine. I mean, I feel like there is some stuff we can improve upon for the fines. Like, I do actually think it's stupid that fines are an all or nothing. Oh, you have any amount of nerve gas? 1 million, right there and then. It doesn't matter if you have 1 or if you have 1,000 nerve gas. The value, the total that you have should actually account for how much you can find. But, Doom says, I've bought large amounts of nerve gas before. Generally, eBay is a good place to look for it. I mean, but that's all used in nerve gas. I see this chatting on stream chat on Discord. Let me scroll through here. I guess we're talking about the chapter beam. Kivman says, if you had grenades lobbed at you, you don't stay hunkered down in the area. You either run away from the grenade or you throw it back. Rigby, where did you get that crown? Well, throw it back or you're fired. You shoot it out of the air with a crossbow. The grenade. Todd says, quoting, we need to do what this game does instead of what we do. Need sounds rather extreme. From what I remember, it's mostly, hey, that game did this and it works. We should try that. Unless things shifted massively in the last month. Yeah, I think that's more of a better characterization. People look at other games and they say, hey, this other game is fun. I think this aspect of this other game is more fun than what we have. Therefore, we should try and do what that game does. It's not saying we need to do it. It's more so saying this would make the game more fun if we did what this other game does. Something I've talked about before is that the problem with that line of thinking is that when you look at any individual mechanic in any video game, part of what makes that mechanic fun for any game is the interactions it has with the rest of the game. Sure, maybe such and such mechanic is fun in this game that you're thinking of. But are you thinking about what makes it fun? Why is it fun? Usually it's not fun just by itself. Think of the game Portal. Having a portal gun that lets you go from one place to another is not in and of itself what makes Portal fun. What makes Portal fun is the interactions that the portal gun has with the environment. It's the way you can use the portal gun to sneak behind turrets and, knock them over. Or to make light bridges extend to different areas they couldn't have before. Or to make those little light balls, the AR2 balls, go to a new area. Or to fall from a great height into a portal so that you fling out of another portal. It's also the limitations. You cannot shoot portals everywhere. There are places where you can't shoot portals. There are places where you can. So it's not the portal gun by itself. Maybe looking at portal, you could say, oh, the portal gun is a fun gun. But it's not fun in vacuum. It's the entire game design that makes the portal gun fun. The same idea extends to almost anything you can think of. Like, oh, this game does this very well. We should do that. Okay, but why? Why does it do it well? Something I go back to generally is there was a... I could use the strategic boarding idea. Like, what really makes it fun? What really makes Faster Than Light fun? Like, taking that and adding it into... Like, just plopping it into End of Sky. Like, is that really going to work? There was an issue also that someone opened that said, hey, Star Sector has this combat instancing. You have this overworld where you fly around, and then when you approach another fleet, you can enter a combat instance where you actually go into this underworld where the combat actually occurs. And they said, I like this. I think this has better balancing than Endless Sky, because it's only ever one fleet versus one fleet. You can't constantly have reinforcements coming in. It's like, okay, but there's a lot more to combat than just the reinforcements. Like, sure, maybe if we tried to copy-paste that into Endless Sky, it would change how you approach combat, because now you don't have to deal with reinforcements. But combat isn't just that. Araki says, wow, now you're thinking with portals. Yeah, let's go. Sog doing the, Rigby, I don't care if weird orange aliens ships are invading Earth. Throw the grenade back at the pirates or you're fired. Yeah. Throw it back or you're fired. Tybe says the cost of consumables is basically a flat credit reduction when capping, though it does make it more tedious to cap from some species. I mean, it's flat relative to the ship you're boarding, which I think is exactly what we need. Right now, it's a flat upfront cost, which is not good balancing. Because you're investing, let's say, 1 million credits into nerve gas. And let's ignore the fine. Let's ignore the fine for now. You invest $1 million up front, and then you can capture a ship that's worth $10 million. And then another one, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one. And you just keep going with the nerve gas. Now, if it was $1 million per ship that you captured, maybe that's still too, maybe that's still not enough to balance capturing, but at least it's a start. At least it's getting us somewhere. Same with, I mean, let's say, though, you take the fine into account. I feel like if you're a good enough player, if you know what you're doing, the fine doesn't matter. You will necessarily use the nerve gas in areas where you cannot be fined. And if you are being fined often, then you probably have already captured enough ships to pay off the fines. I feel like the fine just is not a good. Even if we increased the amount the fine gives you, like how much you could fine rather, that still wouldn't be enough. That's just incentivizing not getting fined. It's not disincentivizing the use of the nerve gas. And there are ways to not get fined while still using nerve gas. So I don't think it's a good balancing mechanic. That isn't to say that we should remove it. I think the nerve gas should still be illegal. That is to say there should be other ways that we deal with it. Alright, Type says, outfitting a ship with non-consumable weapons is an upfront investment that lets you pull off the reactor for 30 to 50% of the overall value without any need to restock or even get more crew. Compared to that, capping would be difficult to balance. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. Benny says fine based on dead crew. Where have I heard that before? Raven says, I liked the not pausing the game while you're boarding idea floated some time ago, better than any economic or complexity ideas. Yeah, I do think that, I mean, maybe, I do think there should be an economic aspect, or an economic cost to boarding that currently doesn't exist. Because what that mechanic does is it makes boarding and capturing more difficult, but it doesn't necessarily make it less lucrative. Like, sure, it increases the risk with the same reward, but I feel like the reward in itself is still way too high. Sog said I'd go to the consumable route if I had to choose. I mean, we can choose more than one. Tybe says, if you're capping, you need to land to restock and get more crew after every day. If you're only looting valuable parts, you can keep going and get more money in less in-game days. Oh, so you're saying you're comparing like capturing to plundering. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, I think that is something to keep in mind. If we nerf capturing too hard, then plundering just becomes the next capturing in terms of making money. But I'd almost rather be in that situation. I would almost rather us have plundering be what's more powerful than capturing. Perhaps there are then things that we can consider after that, like something I've kind of something that Pointed talked about a while ago is, what if, in order to capture an outfit or to plunder an outfit, you do actually need to fight the crew? You wouldn't need to like wipe them out in the same way when you're capturing a ship, but you at least need to fight them a little bit, like win a few rounds of combat before you can take the outfit from them. So like they're not just rolling over and letting you take everything from the ship. Something that Tahouch had was this idea of maybe you don't plunder the outfit itself. Maybe you try to plunder the outfit, but it breaks down into smaller parts to actually get it out of the ship. And then you sell the parts for scrap. Like, you couldn't actually get the outfit itself in some cases. Like for reactors. Maybe you can't pull a whole reactor out of a ship. Maybe you can steal parts out of the reactor. You render the reactor useless. But you at least get the money out of it. That would then... there's issues with that, though. Like, there are some things you can only get through plundering right now. Like, how would that work? Then the idea might be that you have outfits that allow you to plunder other outfits without breaking them down. Then the question is, are we getting too complex at that point? To have, like, consumables that you need to capture outfits. Like, maybe we do that. Maybe we have consumables that you're required. Like, maybe you need a toolkit to capture an outfit, to plunder an outfit. And the toolkit will have its own cost. Raven says, less complex. Chance to successfully plunder an outfit or chance to trigger self-destruct. I don't think that self-destruct chances are actually a good balancing mechanic. I think that they are... At best, you can look at it in raw terms of, oh, well, it increases the amount of time it takes you to get this thing. Therefore, it's balancing the time to profit ratio. Yes, but it's also very frustrating and inherently random. Like, maybe you get 10 in a row where you don't self-destruct the ship. So the person who's lucky is just better off than the person who's unlucky. I don't know if I want to add luck to these situations. And there's also the fact that you're basically creating a loot box, which you're hijacking the psychology of the player. Like, oh, I want to keep trying to go at this. Like, they'll play for longer just for the sake of the hit of the random. I forget what it's called, the Skinner box stuff. The random timing to it. It's too reminiscent of gameplay mechanics in other games that I don't like. You know. Types as damn capturing odds. At least the capturing odds are a bit more, what's it? The capturing odds are more, transparent. You know when you have next to no chance of capturing the thing you're trying to capture. So, at least we tell you. Like, if you go for the 1% chance, that's on you. I wouldn't. But, unless I really want the ship, whatever it is. Yeah, Sog says, EVP, like, 1% chance to capture the strongest ship in the game, but the weakest ship in the game gets lucky. I wouldn't want it to be exactly like that, but yeah, that's kind of the direction it might end up going. Type says you can dump the cargo you just looted and have a friendly ship pick it up so you can keep going for a long time. Yeah, that's part of what makes plundering powerful. But, I still just don't feel like plundering is much of an issue as capturing. Because, with plundering, yes, it gets you credits, but... And then you can use those credits to turn around and buy more stuff. Capturing just gives you the stuff. Oh, I have a whole new ship. I didn't even need to go buy it. It's also the Civ Spearmen destroying modern tanks. Says Benny, and then Tybe says in Sid Meier's Civilization, the first one, I had a primitive unit defending successfully against a nuke by pure luck. He rolled a nat 20. Todd says Kiv, in terms of the random chance. Yeah, I do want to add at least something to make it so that capturing automata isn't so much of a pain. Just a random chance. Like an outfit that maybe is expensive, but it removes the random chance and is consumed by capturing. That's one that I've floated quite some times. Todd says the Star Sector 2 world / game layer thing. Yeah, that's an entirely new game at that point. Yeah, that's the type of thing where it's like, oh, but this other game does this well. Like, yeah, but we would have to become that game to have that. It is such a departure from what we have now. Kivman says 3 layers when make this Super Mario World. Yeah. Kiv also says Nerve Gas should have randomization in its attack and defense values each turn. I don't. Kind of mentioned, like, I want to get away from random events. I can, like, maybe you can have some randomness in there, but I would prefer if things were a bit more deterministic. Raven says, use the same mechanics for capturing Automata, but you're pitching your computer power against theirs rather than crew. Maybe. That'd be kind of funny. Buying, like, computer hacking outfits. And if the Automata retaliates, it fries your mainframe. Kiv says, does that mean I have to install hundreds of nodes and transceivers? You know what? That would actually be funny. Or like, interesting. In order to capture a ship, you need some number of nodes and transceivers. An Automata ship, that is. So you need to first plunder a bunch of ships before you can capture one. Curious. That would be curious. I don't know how well it would do, but it'd be curious. Raven says that would give a point to them. I like it. Yeah, we could. My idea was, you take a transceiver or a node, and you cache it in to the Ifriti. You're like, hey, here's this transceiver or this node. Can you hack this for me? So they would, like, convert it into a new outfit for you that you could then use to hack the Ifriti, or not the Ifriti, the Automata. But we do kind of need to do something with the transceiver node and reasoning, or controls transceiver and reasoning node. I feel like even if it's small, like, it doesn't need to be a major thing, but even if it's small, like something to make them worth it. Kind of the same way that the quantum keystones work. Like, they give access to new locations. Small thing, but I mean, you could get there normally with a jump drive, but you could also use a hyperdrive if you have the quantum keystones. Araki says, how's this for deterministic? Do you determine it to be okay to have the Coalition have a tractor beam for their funky mining variants? Yes, it's fine. Type says, only if we get a tractor field. It plows really quickly. Alright, well, I feel like we have this discussion about boarding like every other stream that I do. Although I do feel like every time we do kind of throw new ideas around that I feel like get us closer to something that we would actually implement. So, yeah, Suggs' Cough Vision document. Yeah, some of this stuff that I'm talking about is stuff we would definitely put in there. That's something we should do during the new year, for sure. Yeah. Alright, though. We're approaching the 3-hour mark, actually, and we've gotten through 2 pull quests. Let's go to a third one. And then I think we'll wrap up after the third one. Because let me see if they're making the order yet. They're not yet. Once I refresh the page. Pull quest speedrun. We can do that later. This one is like this stream is me going over my stuff. Okay, the order is not in progress yet. Alright. Go back to my pull quests. So we looked at these two. These two are in the clear. This one is in the clear, but Warp needs to look at it. Up next, Shrouded Systems that can be unseen, or that can be seen or can't be seen unless in visible range. Well, I cannot read. So this is an old concept I have. If you're not aware, we currently have a attribute on that you can put on systems that is called hidden. If a system has the hidden attribute, then you cannot see it unless it is linked to a system that you have already visited or seen. That is to say, you cannot see it if it is in jump range, but is not linked to something you can see. As you know, if you get near a system, that is enough to know a system is there, even if it's not linked to something that you have access to. Hidden removes that. Hidden makes it so that you need to have a link to that system before you can see it. Then, after you've been linked to it, or after you've seen it, then you can use a jump drive to get to it. But you cannot discover systems with a jump drive if they are hidden. Or rather, if they can only be jumped to. You can't discover them. What Shrouded does is kind of flips this on its head in a bit. Right now, if you have a visited system that is linked to another system, or that system is within a jump range of a system you visited, you can see the system. Even if that system is on the other side of the galaxy from you, if it's near a system that you visited, you can see it. What Shrouded says is, if you're not near the system, you can't see it. So I'll read what this says. The system cannot be seen unless it is within view range or linked to a system that can be viewed. Being visited is not a condition for a shrouded system to be seen, meaning the system is forgotten after you leave it. That's the important bit there. The only time you can actually view the contents of a shrouded system is when you actually are in the system itself. Note, though, the system will still count as visited for the purposes of maps and the visited condition. This is a line that this was not the case in my original pull request, because I opened this a while ago. But this is something I changed so that you can still check if you have visited the system using conditions, but you can't see in it. So by see in the system, I mean, let me pull up the I still have the game open here. Let me swap over to it. So all these systems you can see the name of, and you see who the government is. You can look at it by looking at the ports or look it out on the orbits map. These are all visited. Over here, these are unvisited, but since they are nearby these other systems, you can actually see there's something there. You just can't see inside of it. What Shrouded will do is say, okay, maybe I have visited Sol before. This is what I'm going to test it on. Maybe I've visited Sol before. But I'm not currently in Sol. Therefore, if Sol was shrouded, I couldn't see it. I could not see that it has 3 planets and all these orbits. Let's say we also shroud a bunch of other systems around Sol. Okay, I visited Denebola, I visited Sol, I visited all of these. But if they're all shrouded, I wouldn't even be able to see that Sol exists, because it's not within range of a system I have visited that I can see. You can actually combine these. You can make a system both hidden and shrouded. That would mean the system can't be seen unless it is linked to an unshrouded and visited system. I have some screenshots here, but these are old screenshots. So in this case, I have shrouded Sol and a bunch of other systems nearby. I can see there's something there. I can even see Alpha Centauri because it's within my current view range. But even though I visited them, I can't see the contents. It's only when I travel to Sol that I see, okay, Sol is here, and there's the other 2 systems linked to it. And I can now see these 2, even though I couldn't before, because they were not within my current view range. And I go to Denebola. Since Sol is shrouded, I can no longer see Sol, or what's in Sol. I can just see there is a system there. I now have the links to these other systems. Then I go down to Fingol. I can still see Sol because it is linked to this system that I have visited. I can see the Alpha Centauri exists. I can see the Denebola exists, but I can't see the links. Now let's collapse that. What if I make them both hidden and shrouded? Well, in this case, I'm in Alpha Centauri. I can see that Sol exists because it's linked to my current system. I can't see Denebola or Fingol over here because since they're hidden, I can't see them unless they're linked. Since they're shrouded, I don't remember them that they exist. I go up to Sol. I now see these two links. If I were to go over to Denebola, Alpha Centauri would disappear. Even though it's within view range, since it's shrouded and hidden, I can't see it. I guess up here kind of shows better the contrast. So I'm in Sol right now, in this screenshot. I can see Denebola, I can't see Fingol. Up here, when it's both hidden and shrouded, I cannot see Fingol now. And when I'm in Alpha Centauri, in these screenshots, I guess I didn't go to them. I didn't go to Alpha Centauri up here. But if I was in Alpha Centauri, I could see Denebola and Fingol. But down here, I can't. I can't see either. The reason this is a draft is because I have not tested this since I redid it. These screenshots are from the old pull request. Sure has entered chat, yeah. Let me actually just respond to this. Shrug. Shrug. That's how it was before. Let me actually look at that line. That is 726 in map detail panel. Can view. Can view is player has viewed system. This is selected system. Has selected system changed? It hasn't. Looks like it could. I think. Player can view selected system. Player can view selected system. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. All right, well, let me... do we have a realism discussion going on in Discord right now? Kiv says, hidden sounds good. I've never really understood how systems were known to exist, as there are plenty of systems, and we can somehow tell that one in particular is special from a distance. Gameplay. Yeah, Benny says we can't display every system in the galaxy. It's purely gameplay. Why is it that this system is shrouded but others are not, or this system is hidden or others are not? Well, maybe we can have in-universe explanations for why a system is hidden, or shrouded, or what have you, but there is not going to be any in-universe explanation for, okay, why these systems, though? That's just how the game is. Kiv says, I'd rather the systems were hidden until I come across some information other than my magic radar can see it. That is actually something I've thought of doing. like taking these alien regions of the galaxy and making it so that they are hidden by default, so that you need some event to cause them to become unhidden. That would be a means by which we could perhaps slow down the absolute explosion of content that occurs after the main plot has completed and you've gotten yourself a jump drive. I know that we had an issue that was opened up a while ago, like years ago now, where someone was like, hey, like as soon as you get the jump drive, you have so many places to go to that it's to the point of being overwhelming, and there's only going to be more that we add in the future. In some sense, I think it's good to have a lot of options, but at the same time, I also think it's good to not make too many options. Like, if it's so many options that it's overwhelming, then the game kind of feels haphazard in a sense. I feel like there should be a bit more direction to it sometimes, but at the same time, I don't want to just like railroad the player into only being able to play the game in a certain order. I do like the idea of, I have beaten the game once, or I've played through enough of the game once that I can now come back on a new pilot and do things in a completely different order, because now I have the knowledge to know, oh wait, there's this place I can go to get this thing that I didn't know about before. It lets me go to these places that I never would have known about at the start of my first game. I don't want to lock everything down too hard. So really, if we add these mechanics to hide things, I would want that information to be able to be gathered without having to beat the main campaign. Kif's just got to expand that det to vet gameplay loop. Raven says JD variants with different ranges. That's been discussed. Part of the issue with that is that so much of the galaxy has already been designed around the 100 unit jump distance. Doom says non-linearity is good for gameplay, replayability. Absolutely. That's one of the things I've always touted about the game, is just the number of options you already have. Like, if you think about it, the game is actually honestly still pretty young. We have Free Worlds campaign. I mean, we have other stuff, but none of it's finished. Imagine it was all finished. Imagine the Wanderer campaign was done. Imagine we had an entirely fleshed out Remnant storyline. Imagine the Coalition campaigns were done. And then we have the other main plots in human space. Pirate, Navy, Syndicate. Maybe an independent campaign of some sort, although that one I don't know how that would work out, honestly. We have High Reveal, but we also have some sort of unfettered like counter story to the Wanderer campaign. We have more faction. We have a storyline with the Gegno. We have the Watchers exist, you know. Sog says, I say this often, but the idea that we're still in development goes past a lot of people. I mean, saying we're still in development has like a lot of ideas behind it, but it's like, what do you mean by saying we're still in development? Yes, we are still making content for the game. I feel like some people, when they say the game is still in development, they think that means, oh, we can change anything we want at any time. No, there is some stuff that's concrete. There is some stuff that is probably never going to change at this point. A lot of stuff, even. But there is also a lot of stuff that is malleable. Can and likely will change. There is a lot of stuff to come. So, saying it's in development is not a blank slate to just change everything at any point, but I also feel like we should not use that as a shield. Like Kiv just said, early access. TM. Yeah, I feel like maybe this is just something people say and not exactly something that actually happens, because I haven't actually seen any major examples of this. But something I've seen people say is that some games use the fact that they are early access as a shield from criticism. Oh, the game is early access, so you can't say this is bad because it's going to be improved. Is it? Is it really going to be improved just because the game is in early access? There's been plenty of games that have been early access, and then they say, oh, 1.0, and then they're still bad. How many updates did it take? I don't know. I thought I heard that about Kerbal Space Program 2. Is this Benny? I don't know about Kerbal Space Program. Kiv's Star Citizen has ... A lot? Yeah. What was I thinking of? How am I... No Man's Sky. Now, I don't think No Man's Sky had an early access period. I think it had, like, you could buy the game, you could pre-order the game and get it a week early. But that's not really early access. Like, how many updates did it take for No Man's Sky to actually become, like, a good game? Endless Sky... Or, no, Endless Sky. No Man's Sky is a good game now. I'll say that. I'll admit, I have not played it much recently. But, from what I've heard, No Man's Sky is a good game now. How many updates did that take? Really, the full release, the 1.0, was honestly the early access period. But that took a team that was dedicated. That took a team that was like, you know what? We screwed up. We understand that. We're going to fix our errors here. So, early access, the point being, you can only, like, you can't really use early access as a shield from criticism. You have to be like, it doesn't even matter that if the game's early access or not. Like, some games are early access, or not early access, but they're still in development, you know what I mean? They're still being updated. Really what you need is the understanding from the guys who are making the game. They're like, yeah, this is bad. We know how to fix it, though. We just need time. Anyway. I also feel like early access is not so much a shield that the developers use. It's sometimes a shield that the fans use. Like, the developers won't even say, oh, we're early access, therefore you can't tell us that such and such is bad. The fans will say, oh, I like it already, but it's early access, therefore you can't say the game is bad. It's going to get better. It's like, okay, but the game is bad. I can still say that, can't I? Okay, that's not redundant. Hold up. Is this redundant? It is. Anyway, let me actually build this so we can show it off. I'll just post this. This is 93, 96. Kiv says, can we instead have could we instead have a slower or faster JD animation? Right now it takes about 2 seconds to jump and another 2 to land. And if some took longer to shorter time spans or time lapses, that could be something to covert over. Ugh. I want to spot check that. I know what you mean though. A balancing point around jump drives where some jump drives jump quicker than others. I think we could actually do that. Right now it's the jump time between two locations is a constant. We would just have to add some way to modify that. Todd says, I think sometimes it's just necessary to remind people that we're in development when people are like, where Republic storyline or where some alien storyline. Why Yigno exist when we can do fuck all with them except blow them up. But that isn't fun because they're too squishy. Kiv says, 100%. Almost all fans will use that when available. I don't blame them. It's a crime of passion. Yeah. I don't really blame I wouldn't really blame people who say that. I just feel like sometimes you do need to be able to understand when you're being irrational, though. Sog says, I mean more so in terms of incomplete / lack of content or unaddressed bugs / aspects of the game that are malleable, as you say, rather than defense. Yeah. Not saying that you were saying, like, oh, Endless Sky is bad, but it's still in development. No, I understand what you meant in that. But I was just kind of, like, talking about it in terms of, we do need to clarify what we mean by that. Because don't want another case of, what's it? Community-driven game. Like, what do you mean by that? Because that means that could mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. The game is in development. Okay, what does that actually mean, though? What do you mean when you say that? It's very important to actually outline what we mean when we say the game is in development. Please be patient with us. This one's also 3 months out of date. Let's go. Oh, it also has a conflict. Let me fix that. And let me see how bad it is. Open Notepad. How did this conflict? Oh, I just changed the comment, and it's it's a conflict with a comment. Come on. We're looking at distance map line 250-ish. What did I change? Oh, this. I changed this. I changed the comment, and this line got changed. So let me just... Yeah. Make sure the comment still applies. Yeah. All right. Commit is done. Then I can rebuild. So take a bit again. Let me actually get the save file ready for this while I'm here. In the map. shroud the same systems around Soul that I did last time. And then I want to go into the save file and unvisit those systems so we can make sure everything's good. I think that's all of them. It's still building. So, how's everyone doing? What are your plans for the Christmas season here? Doing anything crazy on the new year? Have your New Year's resolutions planned out yet? You're going to the gym, right? You're gonna do it this year, right? You're not gonna give up after a month? Kev says he's planning on going gardening. Benny plans on writing an entire campaign. Let me write a mission real quick. All right. Sock says he plans on bugging me about pirate stuff. Not today. Or perhaps later. Alright. There we go. Get a faster ship. Clipper. Yeah, sell it. Alright, if I check the map, as you can see, I have caused all these systems to be shrouded, and that's not good. As you can, I can't click on Marak. Even though you see the links, you can't see the system to click on it. So I'm guessing if I let me put on a dev drive just to make this quicker. Guessing if I fly over here, yeah, now I can see the Marak is there, but I can't see Sol. Alright, awesome. Let me also land. I should get a spaceport mission. I have not visited Sol. Okay. If I take off and fly over here and land on Luna, go to the spaceport, still have not visited Sol. Have I done the condition incorrectly? I find that more likely than I messed up the code. Where's the player conditions page? There it is. The condition for having visited a system is visited system, system name. That's what I did. That's confusing. If it says I haven't visited the system. I didn't mess up the branch, right? Yeah, I've not visited Sol. No, there had to be at least one that we didn't do well. Alright. Stay here. And we're looking at the code. It's probably not distance map that's at fault. Let me unview all of these. AI, it's probably fine. Actually, let me just collapse these instead of viewing them. Engine, it wouldn't be here. I don't believe, at least. Actually. Yeah, it's going to be in the map that the issue is. Yeah, not fog shader. Not in system. That looks ugly. I moved it. Could also be player info is the issue. It's either player info or ship detail panel. Or map detail panel. Or it might be map panel. What's the problem? It's definitely not the outfitter. No. Let me check the map panel. What's the... Actually, let's start with player info. Determine if you have seen a system. If your current system is the system that was just given, yes, you can see the system. Otherwise, if it's shrouded, then if your current system is not within visible range, return false. If a shrouded system isn't in visible range, then there's no chance of seeing it. If the system is hidden, return true. Or if the system isn't hidden, return true. These two are reversed, I think. Shrouded and hidden systems must be linked to a system that can be viewed? No. I only shrouded them, though. I think I have to reverse this. I think what's happening here is, I'm pretty sure this has seen is what's triggering whether you can click on the system or not. Yeah, check if this player knows the location of this system, whether or not they can actually visit it. I think this bit is what's happening. It's only when I'm in range of the system is it actually working. I'm pretty sure I had this working before, so I'm going to check the old pool quest and see what I did differently. Because I know I changed some things. Okay, in the old pool quest, if the system is shrouded, we always see the system we're in. Systems which are shrouded and hidden must be linked to be seen. Oh. It's because I did it like this. I did this or all in one statement. Whereas here, I broke it up because I was like, oh, I want to make it a bit more visible or a bit more readable. But now what it's doing is, oh, this first system, or this first one failed? Okay, you can't see it. Instead of checking all three if the first one failed. So what I should do is something like... I mean, I could make it all one big thing again, but that's still kind of ugly. Let's do this. Bool can't see equals false by default. Can't see. Can't see. Or equal system is in view range. System is not hidden. Or equal. I mean, this one's more expensive, so if not can't see, return can't see at the end. And then tab this in. Actually, does or equal already shortcut? I would need to figure that out. I would need to look that up. There's no way it does. Oops. I feel like this will still mess something up though now. Because now what we're saying is, let's say the system isn't in visible range. But then we're saying if it's hidden and shrouded, or if it's not hidden and it's shrouded. So we still need to kind of like shortcut this somehow. So the logic is in the comments. If a system, or if a shrouded system isn't in visible range, then there's no chance that we can possibly see it. If the system is in visible range but isn't hidden, then we can see it. Okay, but this actually isn't true though. This line's not true. Because it can be outside of visible range but linked to a visible system. Just running through the logic in my head here. How I might redo this, or... Okay, but how was this different? These two were ANDed together. System is a visible... System is in visible range and isn't hidden. Otherwise, check all this, which is what this is. So what we do, I think what I want to do is instead maybe I should just make it work first and then make it pretty later, because I'm kind of trying to do both at once. I want to get the comments correct though, at least. If a shrouded system isn't in visible range, then it must be linked to a visible system to be seen. If a shrouded system is hidden, then it must be... I mean, but it's the same thing. Or actually... How about this? All systems linked to a visible system are themselves visible. If a shrouded system is not in visible range, the above must be true in order to see it. If a shrouded system is in visible range, then it can be seen if it is not also hidden. And something like that is the logic there. So maybe we should do this first. Can you see something this is linked to? Probably should have swapped over to Notepad for this. Actually, I'm going to do that now. Yo. I was in player info. Has seen. Let me copy my comment. All systems linked to a visible system are themselves visible. It is always true. So this goes first. If a shrouded system is not in visible range, then the above must be true in order to see it. So this goes there. If a shrouded system is in visible range, then it can be seen if it's not hidden. It goes there. Otherwise, return false. And these were just old comments. Maybe I could reword this. A shrouded system not linked to a visible system must be within view range. Must be. To be seen. So if it's not in visible range, return false. If a shrouded system is in view range, or is it visible range, then it can be seen if it is not also hidden. So really what we just do is simplify this to this. Actually, no. System is not hidden. There we go. That should fix it. Because if the system is hidden, this returns false. If it's not hidden, it returns true. As in, we can see it. Alright, cool. I think that fixes it. Gonna rebuild and see. Kiv says, what on earth is that IDE? Is that Notepad++? But he says it's Notepad++. Yeah, it looks like it has a different theme. Yeah, it does. What is going on? The hell is going on with the menu up top? I mean, what do you mean what's going on with the menu up top? Man's using that sleek monochrome icon set. I mean, this is the icon set that it's always been for me. I didn't change anything from the default. I mean, it might have to do with the theme then. Anyway. Letting it recompile. It's done. Sog asks tractor beam or tractor beam turret, as the AM says turret. I would say just tractor beam. I mean, if the... Because, like, just tractor beam, like, that seems fine to me. Because there's no gun variant. Anti-missile, I feel like if it was just anti-missile, it would sound weird. Tractor beam on its own doesn't sound weird. Alright. Up, let's go, we can see it now. Now let's land and see what it says. You have not visited Seoul, this is correct. But if I go into Seoul and land, you still have not visited Seoul, which is not correct. If I leave and land, still have not visited Seoul. Alright, just take off and head to Alpha Centauri. Okay, we can see these systems that are in range. And I can see the system I'm currently in. And I can see the name of Seoul. Huh. I can see the name of Alpha Centauri. I can see the name of Denebola. This is not how it behaved before, but honestly, I'm not against it. What are you guys' thoughts? Still know the name of the system, even like once you've visited it, but even if it's you don't know the links. So this should more be like hiding the links. Although, if I leave, it also hides the location. But it still has the names. Okay, that's weird. That's not what it was like before. I wonder why that is. Oh, ha! When it figures out if you know the name, it's probably just checking, have you visited the system? And now I'm saying, oh, you've visited, but it still says not visited. Huh. Benny says, I'd prefer no names. Maybe an attribute to specify. Doom says, maybe I'd ask Azure, since he's the only one who wants to use it in vanilla. Yeah. Good point. Let me jump back to... It would definitely be map panel that determines whether or not you see the name. Derpy got the mission definition from. I mean, I could pull it up. Visited tests. Repeats. Always goes in the spaceport. On offer. With branch. Do you have the condition? Visited system. Soul. If you do, say you have visited soul. Decline. If you don't, you fall through. To you have not visited soul. And decline. Anything look wrong there? Because this condition should resolve to true. If I've been in the system at all in the past, it should resolve to true. Actually, to test this, I'm going to plug in Vega. Vega is a system that I haven't marked as shrouded. So let me close the game. Make another branch. Check Vega. Let's see if that says anything. Because this one should be true. Don't do this in real life. Don't do this in actual missions. I'm just being naughty. If I want to add more later, it's a bit quicker. Alright. Relaunch the game. There's no label soul now? Yeah. There was never a label soul? What? Crazy. Let me rewind time. Okay, I've not visited Soul, have visited Vega. I enter the system. Should be good now then. Right. There we go, yeah. Alright, I guess I did miss it. Probably just, did decline, and then the next line instead of having the label there. Yeah, but visited both. Okay, cool. Nope, that's not good. There's a mission to a hidden system. And you see the little marker. Is this gonna crash as soon as I look at it? No? Okay. It doesn't crash. But in this case, we should see the system. That's gonna be a hard one though. How would I do that? Oh, there's already awesome. There's already this uses system. Lambda function in here. Not browser, notepad. This right here. If any of your available jobs or missions use the system, then we'd say we're good. I could move this further up. But then if the system isn't shrouded, then it makes more sense to do this first. So, can we have a lambda inside of a lambda? Actually, let me just... Like I said, let's make it work first, then we'll make it pretty. So let me just stick it on top. Rebuild the game. See how that does. Actually, I could do this to make it cleaner. The system isn't shrouded, and you've seen it. Otherwise, if the system is shrouded, we need to do all this. But you really only need to do this if it's not being used by mission. And these are simple access or simple getters, so I don't know if we really need to put this to a variable, but I guess we could. Alright. That should be good. I feel like this lambda can be simplified, but I'll mess with that later. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Yeah, Sog with no idea what I'm talking about. Lambdas. You mean the thing from Half-Life? Alright, while we're here, let me look for how the name is popping up. So in map panel, I'm using can view a lot instead of has visited. I think that's why. If the player can view the contents of this system, is the can view function. The player can always view the contents of the system they're in, otherwise the system must have been visited before and not be shrouded. Actually, no. That should work. Because this is hijacking has visited. Has visited just checks if you visited the system. So that should be fine. Is there still something using has visited? Well, this is finished compiling, so we'll just test that. Should not have taken off. Should have just went straight to the map. Still not working. Wow. Sucks. How? Wait a second. Uses system as only checking waypoints and stopovers. To determine if a mission is using a system, check if the mission is visible. If not, get out of here. But then we check, is it a waypoint or is it a stopover? Or is the stopover in the system? So, otherwise we check if you know the name of the system. At the very bottom here. So it determines if you know the name. Okay. Determine if you know the name. Have you visited the system before? Which is why we're now seeing the name. Is it a destination or is it hold on, what? Okay, is it a destination of the available jobs or the missions? Okay. That explains why. Huh. Wondering how. A camp change has visited. Has visited needs to stay the way it is. This should change to can view. That'll fix the name popping up. This should stay the way it is. But would I just like copy this into here? Mission is visible. I mean, I guess I would have to. Return. Yeah, it'd be a one-liner. Instead of returning false, return mission destination isn't system. M. That should do. Recompiling the game again. Thinking we're wrapping up after this, as we have eclipsed 4 hours of stream time, and the pizza's on its way shortly. Endless Sky Development Stream is sponsored by Domino's. The Domino's tracker currently tells me that the order is being baked. It has entered the oven at 1:59. Pizza hasn't arrived yet? Nope. I was going to order it before the stream, when I was going to stream at 12. But then my mom was like, your dad's at work and he wants some. I was like, alright, I can order it later. What time? She was like, 2:30. I'm like, alright. So I'm like... Okay, I will start the stream sooner and then finish just before the pizza arrives, instead of having pizza for the stream. Thank you everybody for coming to the company meeting today. We will have pizza in the lobby after the meeting is over. But first, we need to tell you all how you're all fired. Everyone thank HR for the pizza today. We're in the lobby balancing this under. Thank you, Hector, for the pizza. Alright, I am once again relaunching the game. Hoping nothing explodes. Alright, there we go. Now we can see that the system is there when it is a mission objective, but we can still... Oh! We can still see the name if the system is being used by the mission, which I guess checks out. That actually checks out. That's exactly what the code says. That is exactly what the code says. If you want to change it, that would be something that Azure would have to say. Probably. Alright, there we go. We still see it all. But when it is a mission objective, mission destination, then you can see it. Okay. I don't know, though. That's kind of... Why did MZ do that? So if a system you've never been to is a waypoint, or it is a stopover, you can't see the name. But if the destination is in the system, you can see the name. What's the point of that? Because I imagine, honestly, it should probably be in both cases you can see the name. Because the mission description is probably going to tell you the name anyway. If it's a stopover or a waypoint or a destination, the mission description is going to tell you. So regardless of how the mission uses it, the name should probably be known anyway. What do you guys think? Am I crazy? Alright, well now that works though, I'm going to go back into the map and add hidden to all of those systems. So we'll be both shrouded and hidden. And we'll see the difference in behavior. Again, hoping nothing explodes. I do actually have one other thing I want to talk about after this. Alright. What the? Ha! That's weird. I was able to... So it was a mission objective, so I was able to click on it. But as soon as I take off... Can I still jump to it? Okay, that's something else. That's not what I wanted to do. Alright, well, if I go here, I cannot see Alpha Centauri, I cannot see Denebola, I cannot see Fingol. I have to go up into Sol. And then I can see them. If I go down here, no longer see Denebola. Go back up, go to Denebola, I will no longer be able to see Alpha Centauri, but I can see Fingol and Merak. If I go down to Fingol, no longer see the Lynx, and still can't see Alpha Centauri. Alright, that travel path one is going to be a weird one to fix, though. Take off. Yeah, okay. So, that's going to be something in engine. Just another MZ moment, I think. Yeah. That's going to be engine code that controls this. Let me go to Notepad. I'm pretty sure that we already have a function that invalidates your travel path. We check if the first step of the travel path is valid. If it's an invalid travel path, we clear it. We should do the same thing with whether any step along the way is hidden. When does this run? This runs on step. If flagship and the player has a travel plan. Why is this running on step? Hold on. Why is there two spaces here? Alright, I'm just gonna put a to-do here. To-do also invalidate travel path. If any point along the way is or can't be seen. Quick says, you should not be able to create a path to a shrouded system if it's only visible because of a job, in my opinion. How would we do that, though? How would we? Is it map panel that creates travel paths? Or travel plans? Draw travel plan. I mean, this is... Okay, here's a select. Yeah, we could do it here. I imagine. Yeah, this is selecting a system. Get your current plan. Right. If the plan is not empty and the system is already at the end of your travel plan, then return because you're not changing anything. Alright. So what would we do here if no system or system Derpy needs his pizza, yeah. Yeah, I'm getting real hungry here. Oh, quality check. They are currently ensuring maximum deliciousness of the order. I'll get rid of this. And we'll put it here instead. I'll put this back. Don't create travel plans for systems that are shrouded / hidden, but only visible because of a mission. An available mission. Because it's only the available missions that once you take off you can no longer see, and which would therefore no longer be present in your or no longer be visible. To do, whoever called select should tell us what to do with this system vis-a-vis the travel plan rather than possibly manipulating it both here and there. Or we entirely separate select from travel plan modifications. Well, I'm not doing that. Quick says, no, not there. Do it just like you were unable to click on a job system far away. I don't know where where that happens, though. Well, then. What do you mean you don't know where that happens? I'll look into it for later, then. Because I don't know where it happens either. Soggs has any idea on what shipyard the Sunder belongs to / where it's sold. Doom thinks Syndicate due to the look. I'm assuming Syndicate for the tractor beam, though. Maybe Lovelace? Benny says, what systems are best for asteroid mining? Maybe in shipyards near there. I'm not sure how good the systems in the core are. Doom says, I think the best mining systems are the ones up in the northeast and the Terminus cluster. Benny says, Lionheart wouldn't fit, though, would it? Also, Luna's description mentions asteroid mining was a big thing then. Maybe it is a Tycho Shipyards model that gets licensed. Perhaps. Well, I will commit the fix to properly display some shrouded systems. I'll figure out the travel plan stuff later. How about that? Then, quick, now that I see that you're here, I have tested the tractor beam on stream. I've made some changes to the prospecting pool quest. If you would like to look at those, that would be nice. Oh yeah, and the one other thing I wanted to show off or ask about. Close this. Find the pull request. Alright. This pull request. I like the change, but it's a change to some UI that I feel like people might be used to. So I don't know if it should necessarily be added. We have 11 people here. So I just want to get some quick thoughts on if anyone really cares about this. Now what this does is, if you are in a store and you are using the arrow keys to move between rows, but you want to move up to a row that doesn't have, or that is a different size than the row you're currently on, and what you're selecting is beyond the edge of the new row. Currently what it does is it knocks your selection over to where the new row is, or the end of the new row, but then it takes that as your new selection, your new column going forward. So I'll swap over to get to the game to show what has changed, or how this has changed. So I currently have the finisher torpedo selected. I hit up on the arrow keys. That moves up to select Typhon, the Typhoon pod. This hasn't changed. This is the exact same way in the current game as it is with this pull request. I hit up again. With this pull request, it selects the Tekimok pod. Without this pull request, it would select the Tekimok bay. Because what's happening is, I'm at the finisher torpedo, I move up, current game is saying, okay, I am now selecting anything in column 4. I move up again, okay, Tekimok is the next thing in column 4, I'm going to move up. What this pull request is saying is, I'm in column 5, I move up, I'm now in column 4 just because that is the only available thing in that, or that's the last available thing in that column. 5 would be too long. But I move up again and it says, okay, but you were selecting column 5, so I'm going to keep you in column 5 now, and move up to the Tekimok pod instead. What are you guys' thoughts on that? Because let's say you had a row with a single item in it. Let's see. I mean, this is good enough. Let's say I'm all the way down here at Neodymium. It's a full row. I go up the Void Sprite parts. Let's imagine that's a full row again. I go over to Tuning Rifle. Let's imagine that's like the very first item in this row. Then from then on, Well, now I go up to security station because it was in line with neodymium. But in the base game, I would be selecting nerve gas. So it would knock my selection all the way over to the left side of the screen. Even though maybe perhaps I still wanted to be selecting stuff in this 5th column. What are you guys' thoughts on that change? Because I feel like some people might expect, like, oh, I'm in column 3 now. Next time I move up. Well, now I'm in column 2. Next time I move up, I'm going to be in column 2 again. Because that's how it is now. But this is saying, no, let's remember where you were. And go from there. What I thought it was going to do at first was, let's say I'm in this column, there's nothing above here, I move up. I was thinking it was going to go straight to yellow sun reactor. That's not what it's doing. It's going to the next row, but moving you over a column, but then when you go up a row again, it's moving you back to the column you were in. And it even does that across multiple rows. So I'm at lead, move up the void strike parts, move up the tuning rifle, go to pulse rifle, because it's in where I originally was when I hit up, all the way down here. Now if I hit left or right, and then go up or down, then it's remembering still, like, I'm at pulse rifle, I go down to lead, I go over to iron, go up, peacemaking staff. So, it's only when you go up or down that it's trying to remember the column you were in previously. Quick says, I do remember seeing the save position behavior in other applications such as websites. Benny says, merge if too many complaints revert later. I don't know how many people use arrow keys in the outfitter. Also says, certainly matches text editor behavior. And Quick says, true. This is very much true. It does, in fact, match text editor behavior. Yeah. Benny says he thinks the change is good. Anyone on Discord? Or are we dying down here? Oh! Pizza's right outside, dude. I think I'll just merge it then. Alright, but now that the pizza's here, I'm gonna get going. So thank you, everyone, for showing up to today's stream. A reminder that I'll be doing many more of these over the next week or so as we go into the new year. I might do another stream later today that's shorter. We'll see if I have the energy for that. I would not... at this point, I don't know if I would bet on it, though. I feel like I'm going to pig out at some pizza and then fall asleep. Going forward, what I want to do is look at some of the pull quests that are open that are not my own. And maybe some of these mission pull quests, some of these UI changes like the one we just looked at, and see how much we can get through. But until then, once again, thank you for coming, and I'll see you all later. Bye-bye.